This. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and a very warm welcome to Ajiasa Building, EC Yogyakarta. We're just about to start our special occasions for today, Apaf, Asia Pacific Art Forum. Please take your seat or find comfortable spot as we prepare on our captivating journey through this symposium, which will be starting in just a few moments. Good morning, esteemed guests, distinguished speaker, honored participants, ladies and gentlemen. It is my distinct pleasure and privilege to welcome all of you to the Apaf, Asia Pacific Art Forum 2025. A big round of applause for us today. Thank you very much. My name is Prima, and I will be your master of ceremony for this auspicious opening ceremony. We are gathered here today in the event that promises to be a significant platform for sharing knowledge, fostering collaborations, and inspiring new ideas in the field of art. Over the next hours, this symposium will bring together leading academics, researchers, practitioners, and students from diverse backgrounds to delve into critical issues about art. We anticipate a rich exchange of insights, robust discussions, and the forging of new partnerships that will undoubtedly contribute to advancement in our shared fields. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we are honored by the presence of several distinguished individuals among us today. We would like to particularly acknowledge Director of EC Yogyakarta, Dr. Irwandi MSN. Thank you for your presence, sir. The first Vice Rector, Dr. Dewanto Sukistono. Thank you for your presence, sir. The second Vice Rector, Dr. Suryanti. Thank you for your presence, sir. And the third Vice Rector, Dr. Khalid Abdul Rozak. Thank you very much for your presence, sir. The Dean of Performing Art Faculty, Dr. Inyoman Chao. Thank you very much for your presence. The Dean of Visual Art and Design Faculty, Bapak M. Salahuddin MT. Thank you very much for your presence. The Dean of Recorded Media Art Faculty, Dr. Edial Rusli. Thank you very much. Bapak Konfir Kabo, Project 11 Australia. Thank you very much, sir, for your presence today. Ibu Monica Lim, Project 11 Australia. Ibu Dewi Bukit from Project 11 Indonesia, John Kirchers, AIAF Australia. Thank you very much, sir, for your presence. And the first keynote speaker, Dr. Ellie Ken from ANU, Canberra, Australia. Thank you very much for your presence. And the last is the second keynote speaker, Bapak Gunawan Muhammad. Thank you very much. Your presence truly elevates the significance of this symposium. Well, ladies and gentlemen, before we go even further into our main agenda today, I would like to invite everyone to be able to stand up to express our gratitude to our nation by singing our national anthem, Indonesia Raya.
Bangsaku, rakyatku semuanya, bangunlah jiwanya, bangunlah badannya untuk Indonesia Raya. Indonesia, tanahku, negeriku yang tercinta.
Thank you, everyone. Please be seated. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, to officially kick off our program today and provide us with an overview of this symposium, it is with a great pleasure that we invite to the stage Director of ISI Yogyakarta, Dr. Irwandi MSN, to deliver the opening remarks. Time and place are yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, Salam Kebajikan. Distinguished guests and the honor, all Vice Rector of ISI Yogyakarta, Dean of Faculty of Visual Art and Design, Faculty of Performing Art, Faculty of Recorded Media Art, and to Mr. Konfir Kabo, Ibu Monica Lim, Mbak Dewi Bukit from Project 11, and to John Kirchers from AIAF. On behalf of ISI Yogyakarta, it is a great honor and pleasure to welcome you to the Inaugural Asia Pacific Art Forum 2025. We are deeply grateful to host this timely symposium at our faculty in ISI Yogyakarta and witness this historic moment where ideas, practice, and people converge across region and discipline. In this year's symposium, we'll present a rich constellation of perspective on the future of art education and a broader art world, from the rethinking of material and theory practice integration to the evolving role of curator, conservator, and cross-disciplinary collaborator. Each session affirms the critical role of reflection, innovation, and care in shaping our cultural future. We are honored to welcome esteemed keynote speaker, Dr. Ellie Ken from Australia. Terima kasih Ibu sudah hadir. From Australian National University, and Mr. Nawan Muhammad, one of Indonesia's foremost thinker and artist. Your presence inspire us to continue bridging scholarship, creativity, and civic imagination. ISI Yogyakarta, as one of the leading institutions of art and design in the region, is proud to facilitate this exchange. Our commitment to artistic and academic excellence is rooted in collaboration, intercultural, intergenerational, and interdisciplinary. Apaf represents this spirit of mutual learning and collective inquiry that transcend a border. And I extend my deepest appreciation to the organizing committee, the panelists, the students, and all participants from across Asia Pacific and beyond. May this symposium be the beginning of enduring dialogue, fresh research, and transformative partnership. Thank you for being here. May the Asia Pacific Art Forum 2025 to be fruitful and inspiring for us all. Terima kasih. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
A big round of applause for Bapak Rektor ISI Yogyakarta. Thank you very much for those insightful opening remarks and for your tremendous effort in organizing this symposium. Next, we would like to invite to the stage Dr. Eliza O'Donnell to also deliver the opening remarks. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Iwandi, and thank you all for joining us for the inaugural Australia Pacific Art Forum Symposium, focusing on the theme Practice and Process, Art Education and Art Ecosystems in the Asia Pacific. My name is Dr. Eliza O'Donnell, and I'm a postdoctoral fellow at the Grimwade Centre for Cultural Materials Conservation at the University of Melbourne in Australia, and I'll be your convener for the proceedings today. I would like to begin by acknowledging the Wurundjeri people of the Kulin Nations and the Gadigal people of the Eora Nations as the traditional owners of the land on which this symposium was originally developed, and pay my respects to elders past, present and emerging. On behalf of Konfir Cabo, John Crothers and the Australia-Indonesia Art Forum, I would like to extend our deepest gratitude to our partners at ISI Yogyakarta, and thank you, Dr. Iwandi, Rector of ISI Yogyakarta, and your distinguished colleagues for hosting us here today. So, welcome to Practice and Process, a one-day discussion event designed to bring together academics, curators, artists and arts practitioners from across Australia and Indonesia, Thailand and Malaysia for a day of cross-cultural dialogue, networking and exchange. This event was originally conceived in partnership with the International Photography and Video Art Exhibition, Sense and Sensibility, which opened last night, as a way of bringing together artists from participating countries together for knowledge sharing and connection. However, as we continue to develop the program, partnership with panel speakers from across the region, the symposium quickly became its own unique event with a strong focus on interdisciplinarity in the arts and arts education. By coming together today and sharing our collective experiences and knowledge, the symposium aims to foster dialogue, partnerships and new connections, and we look forward to a productive day of discussion and exchange with you all. The themed panel sessions will proceed as 45-minute roundtable discussions facilitated by a moderator with a 15-minute Q&A session at the end, where we will invite all audience members to engage with the panel. We are also honoured to have two esteemed speakers to bookend the event with keynote lectures from Dr. Ellie Kent, who I will introduce shortly, and renowned poet, essayist and artist Pat Gunawan Muhammad, who will conclude the symposium with his keynote address in the afternoon. So to officially launch the proceedings, we'll now invite our first keynote speaker to the stage, Dr. Ellie Kent from the Australian National University in Canberra. Dr. Kent is a researcher. I'll read out Ellie's bio very briefly. Dr. Kent is a researcher, teacher and artist with over 2 decades experience in academia and the arts in Indonesia and Australia. Ellie teaches Indonesian language and conducts research into Southeast Asian art at the Australian National University, where she is a senior lecturer and also author of Artists and the People, Ideologies of Art in Indonesia, and co-editor and author of Living Art, Indonesian Artists Engage Politics, Society and History. Dr. Kent's presentation will be followed by an audience Q&A session moderated by Dr. Alvi Lifiani, lecturer in craft department here at ISI Yogyakarta. Thank you, Ellie.
Tes. Jelas nggak? Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Is my voice clear? Okay. Assalamualaikum. Good morning, everyone. I hope you all are doing great this morning. And thank you for joining us today at the Asia Pacific Art Forum Symposium with topic Art Education and Art Ecosystems in the Asia Pacific 2025. And my name is Alvi Lufiani, and I'll be your moderator for this session. And today, we're going to dive into an insightful presentation on object focus, culture, history, language, and art in education. And before we begin, I'd like to introduce our speaker, Dr. Ellie Kent from Australia National University, who will share her thoughts and expertise on this topic. Are you ready? Okay. Dr. Ellie Kent is a lecturer, researcher, writer, translator, artist, and intercultural professional with 20 years of experience working in academia and in the arts in Indonesia and Australia. Her professional roles have included higher education teaching, curatorial and collection research, education and public programs in the museum and gallery sector, and project management in the youth mobility or international education sector. Her intercultural expertise, extensive network in Southeast Asia and Australia, and proficiency at project management have allowed her to fill diverse roles in the education, academic, government, and art sectors. Dr. Kent is the author of Artists and the People, Ideologies of Indonesian Art, which was highly commended in the Arts Association of Australia and New Zealand 2024 Best Book Prize and won an accolade in the International Convention of Asia Scholars 2023 Book Prize. And her qualification is PhD, Visual Arts and Art History, Australian National University School of Art and Design. So without further ado, let's warmly welcome Dr. Khan to begin the presentation. So Dr. Khan, time is yours. But before, applause to our distinguished speaker.
Terima kasih banyak Ibu dan terima kasih semua yang hadir di sini hari ini. Mohon maaf sebelumnya kalau ada kekurangan, pasti akan ada kekurangan. Tapi saya mungkin langsung mulai, ternyata agak deg-degan. Jadi mending mungkin langsung ke isinya. Salam sejahtera juga semua teman baru dan teman lama yang juga ada di sini. Saya juga minta izin untuk mengucapkan terima kasih kepada panitia, khususnya Dr. Eliza Don O'Donnell, Pak Konfir Kabo, Mr. John Crothers bersama Institut Seni Indonesia, khususnya Bapak Rektor Irwandi dan Dr. Sujud Dartanto, mungkin belum, ada. Yang terhormat atas semua usaha untuk mewujudkan Asia Pacific Art Forum pertama hari ini. Saya merasa sangat bersyukur diundang menjadi pemateri untuk simposium ini, khususnya karena ini tempat di mana saya pernah belajar waktu masih mahasiswa muda dan baru mulai menemukan seni rupa Indonesia. Saya ambil pertukaran mahasiswa dan diisi selama 1 semester tahun 2001. Sudah lama, sudah sejarah ya. My name is Ellie Kent. I'm a senior lecturer. I've been introduced quite extensively, so I won't go too far back into that. My presentation will mostly be in English today, but afterwards, if you have questions in Bahasa Indonesia or English, I'm happy to try and respond in both languages. I am a senior lecturer in the School of Culture, History and Language at the ANU and in the College of Asia and the Pacific. I also lead the language program there, in which we teach 17 different Asian languages. So my presentation today will be about my research, which is focused mostly on Indonesian art and also on Southeast Asian art more broadly. But I'm also going to talk a little bit about the intersection between those different fields, the disciplinary fields of language, culture, and art. And more specifically, I want to think about the idea of thick description and how this can help us as we consider the making of art and the life of the art object as it moves through the world. And when I say the art object, I think I'd like to qualify that could be an event, it could be ephemeral, it could be a relationship, it could be a community. For me, the art object is not necessarily a physical object or a digital object. But I'm going to start by going quite a long way back in time, almost as far back as Isi, to when I first began my career as an arts educator. My first job when I finished my undergraduate degree was at the National Portrait Gallery of Australia in Canberra. I gave tours of the collection to students from ages 4 to 20 years old, sometimes older as well. The National Portrait Gallery's collection is quite unique, as is the gallery itself. It's kind of like a history museum that is full of portraits, art, which illustrate the role of particular individuals in Australian history. So it marries art, objects, and history in ways that are very much influenced by European Enlightenment ideas about progress and the individual, but which are presented in a society which is still grappling with its colonial past and its multicultural present and whatever it is that we have in our future. One of the most popular objects on display at the time was this object. So I'm going to try and share it with you now in the same way as much as I can without having the actual object here, as we shared it with students of all ages who came through the gallery. So we had a particular methodology that we used for these conversations. And we would start by asking students to spend 30 seconds in silence just looking at the object and making mental notes about what they see. So I'm going to ask you to do that today. It will feel a little bit weird to spend 30 seconds with people on stage not saying anything, but please spend that 30 seconds looking at the object as I'll rotate it around and just thinking about what you can see. Only what you can see, not what you think about what you can see, to begin with. So I'll start the video now. Hopefully everything works. There we go. Okay, this is obviously not the real object. This is a digital object that's been made from pictures of the real object. But what I'd like to invite you to do now is put your hands up and tell me, what did you notice? What did you see? Do I have any takers for a contribution on what you notice about this object? You could talk about the color, the texture, the shape, the form. Anyone have any observations to share? Silakan, Pak. Shadow and light. Okay. Apa yang Bapak mengamati tentang shadow and light-nya? Great. So the shape of the form is really enhanced by the light and the shadow. That's what makes it a 3D object that we can see. Thank you. Any other observations?
There seems to be a texture in the back of the head that looks like stitch marks, and I wonder what stitch marks.
Great. So there's a texture on the back of the head that looks like stitches?
Yes.
Great observation, thank you. And you can see there is an observation of something that we can see and then a little bit of interpretation about what we think that might be as well. So that is the next step in this process, in fact. Were there any other observations that you would like to make? Oh yeah, Pak Adin. Material and the finishing. The texture. Can you tell me, oh, we have a mic for you, but can you tell me what you see about the material and the texture?
Material, texture, and finishing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And what do you notice about what is the finishing like? What is the texture like?
Yeah, texture, material, and finishing membentuk dari apa namanya patung ini terlihat ekspresinya.
So you can see an expression, a facial expression from the finishing of the sculpture, yeah? And the texture as well. What kind of texture is it, do you think?
Tekstur memperlihatkan bahwa patung ini glossy or doff, sehingga ekspresinya bisa muncul.
Okay, so it's has like a dove or a matte finishing, which helps to bring more expression to the piece. Yeah. Anybody else want to contribute? Yeah, Ibu?
Orang dari Pasifik.
Ah, mengapa Ibu mengirakan orang ini dari Pasifik?
Dari profilnya.
Dari profilnya. Oke, menarik. Ya, oke. Apakah ada yang di belakang Ibu? Terima kasih, Ibu.
So it has a strong facial structure, like the jawline, the cheekbone, and the nose.
Ah, strong facial structure. So also you have noticed, the last two people have noticed that it's a face as well. That's an important observation. It took us a while to get to the face, which is good, because what we're doing is we're making a very thick description. We're looking very closely at all the aspects of the object. So I'm going to do the big reveal now. Thank you all so much for your contributions. Terima kasih banyak. This is actually the death mask of Ned Kelly. So it's not actually a sculpture as such. It's a cast, so cetakan dari orang yang sudah meninggal. Dan orang ini ternyata sangat terkenal dalam sejarah Australia. He is a bushranger, perampok, who was born in 1855 and died, in fact was hanged in 1880 for his crimes, which included murder of police officers. He's a very famous figure in Australia, partly because he wrote his own account of his experiences, but also because at the time the story was very well documented in the media. There were lots of very different perceptions of his motivations and whether his motivations were justified, and it was an example of a class clash in Australia at the time. But also, it was immortalised by Australian modernist painters, and this is another reason it has become Ned Kelly's story has become so famous. These are paintings by Sidney Nolan. They're in the collection of the National Gallery of Australia, and they were made around a little less than 100 years after Ned Kelly died. So they give us an indication of the ongoing relevance of this story for Australians. So when I took students through to look at this object, we would have these similar kind of conversations that we've had with you today. They would notice the texture, they would notice the calm expression they often noticed. They thought maybe this was a person who was asleep. They often thought it was a sculpture. They often noticed the stitching at the back. And through these shared observations and descriptions, we could build a shared interpretation of the object and what it meant, why it was in the museum in the first place. We would talk about the class issues this represented. Ned Kelly was from a poor Irish family. His family had had a lot of encounters with the police, but he also had, in fact, murdered people. So we would talk about a lot of these things. Sometimes we would talk about phrenology, which was the pseudoscience that was part of the reason this object was made, because people believed at the time that the shape of your head could indicate what kind of person you were, whether you would be a criminal or whether you would be a docent, or whether you would be a prime minister. So these were deeply racist and problematic assumptions, and this is the kind of conversation we could have with students by looking at this object. So you're probably wondering by now why I'm talking about a very Australian object at a conference on art and pedagogy in the Asia Pacific. But one of the reasons is because this object is very meaningful to my family, because my family has the same immigrant Irish background as Ned Kelly. In fact, my grandmother remembers living down the street from the remaining Kelly family members when she was a little girl. She grew up in the same town. But the main reason that I wanted to talk to you about this object or show you this object was to introduce this idea of thick description and its importance in our research and our study and our teaching around art. This process that we have just been through we called object-based learning, and it was the main way that we framed our pedagogical approach to museum education within the classrooms, within the museum setting. In this model, making meaning is negotiated first by taking long observation and description, and then once you have the facts of what the object looks like, the description, then you begin the interpretation. And in this way, the interpretation becomes a social exercise and it becomes a shared responsibility. So the subjective viewpoint is very important, but it's not the only thing that participants are asked to think about. They're also asked to think about how other people have seen the object and described the object. And so that was the basis of our pedagogical approach in the museum. But as I developed my own pedagogical practice, I discovered that this kind of co-constructive object-based learning was really useful in my own creative practice. And it was also very useful in my own research practice. And I found it in particular a really interesting way of accessing the socially and politically engaged aspects of contemporary art in Southeast Asia, which I was just beginning to explore through my research. So when I set out to undertake field research for my PhD in 2013, I was guided by the work of Southeast Asian specialist Adrian Vickers, who argues that the study of representation is the primary way that we can access understanding of Southeast Asian societies. So I started to develop this methodology that was based on thick description, which is a term that Clifford Geertz, a very famous anthropologist whose work was largely focused on Indonesian societies and other Southeast Asian societies, and also moving back and forth between an ethnographic, etic, observational, and emic, reflective and analytical phases. And this helped me to understand the importance of deep, long-term engagement with practices as well as practitioners. I came to Indonesia to do my field research. I participated in or assisted with artist projects. I attended events, and I spent many, many, many hours just sitting with artists, watching them work, making written records, photographic records, video and audio documentation, and really trying to describe what I could see with as much detail as I could before I began to analyze the works. So, sorry, in this slide, the next few slides I'll show you some of these projects that I observed. So this one is the artist Tisna Sanjaya. You might have seen his work he has some work in Art Jog at the moment, and probably in other of the many exhibitions on in Yogyakarta at the moment. This work is from his television show, or the development of his television show, Si Kabayan Nyintrup. I won't go into too much detail about the background for that TV show or the Kabayan character, but in this episode, we attended a performance of a folk performance tradition, Reak, in which Tisna spent most of the time documenting. You can see him here, he's sitting there sketching the Reak performance, which is happening in front of him. And after that, he sat down with cultural producers and academics to discuss the symbolism of the performance and what these different traditions meant. Tisna's attention to the many aspects of this process, to the social interactions, to the performances to camera, to sketching the seni reak, to the speeches, really demonstrated his own commitment to gaining as much material from the event as possible. He described everything in detail and then turned this into new screen and print media works, including a television show, which you can find on YouTube. Another community that I visited for my research was Jatiwangi Art Factory. On this slide you can see the members of Jatiwangi Art Factory working with local residents in Majalengka, in Desa Jatiwangi, as part of the Festival of Vision, which they implemented. And this Festival of Vision encouraged local residents to imagine the possible futures of Jatiwangi and incorporate these into future urban planning proposals. Inviting participants to think deeply about how they imagine the future of their village and share their visions with each other helped the community to cooperate, to resist the threat of land appropriation, which has indeed happened since then, and to articulate their expectations about their village to the government on their terms. On the next slide, this is Yogyakarta-based artist Elia Novista. She's also a graduate of ISI, and she is here leading a local food source workshop with women in the Imogiri region in the south of Yogyakarta. During my first visit to the project, I asked Elia how long she thought this would continue for. It didn't have, she hadn't given me a time frame for the project. In her answer, she said, "I am totally conscious that we are working with a community, and furthermore, it's not a residency. Actually, we need to slow down. We need to be more observant. And it's not just them, the community. We are also learning because we are concerned with collaborating with them. We need to observe the situation. For instance, if they say, but we just can't do it, we might want them to hurry up. But in fact, they're also busy. It's a collaboration. It's not us looking at them." That was Elia's perspective on this project in Desa Dlingo. These images show Jatiwangi Art Factory again, in collaboration with the collective Troto Art, who are based or were based in Penjaringan in North Jakarta. In 2013, Jatiwangi Art Factory were paired with Troto Art to help realise an off-site community project for the 15th Jakarta Biennale. They cleared a site that had been used as an illegal rubbish dump together with the residents of the community, and they turned it into a futsal field. And since then, that futsal field has been used for education programs, community sport, and senam juga bersama ibu-ibu. So what I discovered while I was looking at these projects was the real importance of just sitting with people and, thank you, and observing their activities, observing how the artists related to people in the communities, paying close attention to those relationships. During this time, I was also working on my own creative practice. And this was also centred on collaborative or participatory art making. I won't talk too much about that, but the way that that project came about, well, I'll talk a little bit about it, was this project is called Ne Born As, and it is designed to bring conversations about names, which seems like a fairly mundane, ordinary thing. But as it turns out, by asking participants to slow down, to stitch a lost name, a name that they wanted to remember, onto a piece of fabric, we were able to have all sorts of interesting conversations about discrimination. We had people who had changed their names due to needing to seek asylum. We had people who had fled domestic violence and changed their names. We had gender stereotypes that people were trying to undo by changing their names. And we had all of these discussions together both about the work that people were making, but also the final work that was present every time we introduced this project. The artwork itself emerged from a workshop held at Sydney's 4A Centre for Contemporary Asian Art. And the leader of that workshop was, in fact, Indonesian artist FX Harsono. Harsono was talking to us about the research that from his own program, his own work around his name, his lost name. So Harsono's familial background is that of a Chinese Indonesian, strong Javanese influence from his grandparents, and a formal Catholic education. In accordance with Chinese tradition, Harsono was given the name Oh Hung Bun. Just going to play this video in the background while we do this. At birth, his name was Oh Hung Bun, but in 1966, when Harsono was 18, a cabinet decree recommended, as many of you will be aware in this room today, that all citizens of Chinese descent adopt an Indonesian name. I won't go too much into the social factors behind this, but what this effectively did was obliterate any signifiers of otherness from Indonesian society. Harsono wanted to enroll in this institution, which at the time was called Akademi Seni Rupa Indonesia, and to do so he needed to change his name. So he chose Francis Xavier, which was his baptismal name, and Harsono, which was just a name that a friend suggested. Harsono, as you know, was already a very critical artist by the end of the 20th century, but he took us through this process of engaging with politics from a personal level through this workshop and thinking about describing your own experiences and then using this as a way to access broader social histories and describe different contexts in which people experience systemic issues of discrimination. From that workshop, other participants in the project also developed their own works. And I'm just going to share with you on the next slide one of the other participants' current projects. This is the work of Mai Ngawin Long. She was also a participant in Harsono's project in 2011 in memory of a name. Mai Ngawin Long's work is called Vomit Girl Beyond Diasporic Trauma, Interconnecting Contemporary Art and Folkloric Practices in Vietnam. I'm running out of time, so I won't give you too many details about this work, but I do just want to draw your attention to Mai's use of her experience that led to this work, which is her very peripatetic, her life moving between different countries. She grew up in Papua New Guinea and the Philippines. She has a Vietnamese father and an Australian mother, and then she lived in Australia, Chinese and Vietnam as an adult. In Vietnam as an adult, she decided to learn Vietnamese again and encountered, when she returned to Australia, encountered great discrimination because her Vietnamese was spoken with a North Vietnamese accent. So she was accused on the basis of her accent, acquired through her learning of language, of being a communist. And this work gave her an opportunity, after many years of avoiding using her Vietnamese language, engaging with any of her Vietnamese heritage, a chance to tap back into forms that she discovered in her early encounters with the language and the cultural context of Vietnam. So you can see here both forms that she developed from researching and describing din, wood carvings, rustic folk forms, and also a range of courtyard bells that were in fact made out of bombs that had been left behind after the American-Vietnamese War. This was a really important cathartic work for Mai. So I want to leave you with the idea that your art practice in making, your teaching practice in the classroom or in a museum is an opportunity for you to spend time looking very closely, describing first what you can see in an art object, in a community, in a work, in a relationship, and using that as the platform from which, the foundations from which you can build shared interpretations, collaborative works, shared pedagogies, and understand the ecosystems of art that you'll be discussing today in your panel sessions. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Ken. Oh, sorry for the time limitations, yeah, for that informative, engaging presentations. So we'll move into the question and answer sessions. If anyone has questions, please feel free to raise your hand, and I'll call you on to speak. Before, please introduce yourself and keep your questions brief and clear. And seperti Bapak Ibu tahu bahwa Mbak Eli bicara bahasa Indonesia dengan sangat fasih. Jadi pertanyaan bisa disampaikan dalam dua bahasa atau salah satu. Tetapi karena kita ada audiens yang tidak berbahasa Indonesia, jadi silakan bisa dipilih. Kita mulai pertanyaan pertama, kami persilakan. Belum panas. Oke, Ibu Prof. Swasiwi. Silahkan Ibu.
Terima kasih Ibu Profesor. Thank you very much for the opportunity. My name is Suastiwi from Faculty of Visual Art and Design. I will ask you in Indonesia because it is more clearer for me. You said it's very interesting your material about thick description. Usually it is used in the research for anthropological research. But in this, in your paper, you said about thick description for understanding the arts. Is it true?
Yes, that's the approach that I've been taking for the last 15 to 20 years, yes.
Do you think it is easy for, common people to have or to do that thick description in understanding the art? What is in your experience?
Yeah, no, that's a very good question, and it doesn't come naturally. I think we are primed to make an evaluation very quickly. It's what our brains want us to do. We have to decide whether we're going to run away from the elephant or give it a pat, right? We need to know very quickly how we interpret and evaluate a situation, speaking from a neurological perspective. But if we do help our participants, our students, people visiting museums, people looking at artworks, to slow down and make a description of what they see first, what we can achieve is a much more, I guess the kind of clinical term might be evidence base for why they understand things to be a particular way, why they think that, for instance, this would be a painting of a male figure. But actually, if you were to talk to Australian students about this picture, they might first tell you that it's a female figure, because they would interpret the shoes and the dress as female attributes. Working in a different cultural context, with Indonesian students, they're likely to have quite a different interpretation. So what I find really valuable with encouraging thick description is that it gives us a chance to see how other people see. So when we share our thick descriptions, and we encourage, it's difficult. We always have to bring students back and say, what do you see that makes you think that? And remind them that when they see, what they think should be based on something that they see, but other people might see it differently. Does that answer your question, Bu? In short, it's hard, yes, but important.
More questions? Yes, please. And introduce yourself.
Ya, oke. Halo, nama saya Lintang. Oke, tick description ini menurut saya sangat penting dalam sebuah analisa. Namun ada beberapa hal yang memang sulit untuk dilakukan untuk mendapatkan si tick description ini. Ketika kita ingin melihat atau merasakan apa yang dirasakan oleh tujuan kita gitu ya, target kita gitu. Nah, menurut Anda, bagaimana kita memulai atau menyusun si deskripsi ini? Target pertama, kedua, ketiga hingga akhir itu seperti apa? Nah, kadang bagi saya sendiri untuk menyusun si tick description ini tuh sangat random. Banyak hal yang ada banyak banget nih, tapi target utama yang sebetulnya menjadi kunci dalam tick description itu apa?
Ya, itu memang tergantung objek yang kita mau menggambarkan ya. Sebenarnya dalam bahasa Inggris, bahasa Indonesia, kata-katanya ada kuncinya juga ya, menggambarkan ya. So, what are the shapes and the forms, the textures, if you're in other situations, it might also be the sounds, the smells. Actually, Clifford Geertz gives a really good, his own thick description of how to do thick description. And he talks about making the observation also of what people do with their eyes in a social situation. Who do they look at? When do they blink? Do they blink or do they wink? Do they close one eyelid or two eyelids? So there's no particular thing that you should focus on. What you should focus on is everything that you can notice. And Geertz says that the importance of this when you're making notes in the field, in your research, and this is what we transfer into museums as well, is that you don't know later what will be important. So the more detailed your description is, the more likely you are to find things that become important later when you begin your analysis. So once you have a really good description of the way someone winks, what their eyelashes do, how their head tilts, whether their hair is short or long, what their clothing is, without saying they are wearing she is wearing a dress, you can say something more like, it seems to be a human, they seem to be wearing long fabric, the fabric comes down to what appears to be ankle length. So you can just try and separate yourself from the urge to bring in interpretations about what you see. But yes, that everything is the answer to your question basically. Segalanya harus digambarkan, ya, secara teliti. I mean, you can start with the shape, you could start with the color, but it does depend on what you're describing. Yeah, if I'm describing if I was describing this room, I might start with the shape of the space, but eventually I will also have to talk about all of the people in the room, but I just call them people, and how do I know you're all people? You might be robots. I know you're not robots, but that's the interpretation that one can make, you know, that the room is full of people. That's already an interpretation rather than a description.
Ya, please, Pak Mas Arya dulu, Prof. Tidak apa ya. Silahkan Mas Arya. Introduce yourself.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. My name is Arya Suitra. I'm a lecturer of painting department, fine art department. Thanks for Kelly for sharing for the knowledge, the tea culture, Indonesian culture in this forum. I'm interested about the cultural identity of the Kabayan, the movie section of Tisna Sanjaya.
Yeah.
So I remember that the Kabayan is in the past when I was maybe junior high school. It's one of popular film. So it's being become appropriation by Tisna Sanjaya to talking about could be cultural identity or critique something, because that appropriation not just merely about the equating or imitating, but it's also shows something about the critique that the artist use imitating the project. So my question is, what do you think about the appropriation that has been done or represent by Tisna Sanjaya? And is it success to making critique with the audience, especially about the lost cultural identity in this contemporary era? Thank you, Kelly.
Thank you. That's a really interesting question, and I think Kabayan is a really good example of how cultural forms can be appropriated to facilitate this kind of descriptive process. So Kabayan is a folk figure, but also a figure in modernist literature in West Java. And his characteristics are that he's a bit simple. He comes from the country, he doesn't really understand what's happening in the big city where he arrives. So he's looking at things with a very mata yang polos, ya, tidak memahami apa yang terjadi, kenapa ada orang ini melakukan ini. So as a vehicle for thick description, he's a really useful tool because he doesn't have he can't make the interpretations because he doesn't understand what's happening. So he can only describe, and in describing, he can point out things that make no sense. Why do some people live in a slum while these other people who look exactly the same or look maybe a little different live in a very big fancy house, rumah mewah sama rumah susunan, ya? So why, for Kabayan, these kind of things are very confusing, and he can describe the situation in a way that is removed from the context that we all understand is the reason, good or not, behind the problem. So I think it's a very useful tool, not just for Tisna, but for many filmmakers. Some of you would have seen the films in the 1970s, the Kabayan films, where he comes to the city. You might have read the books as well, the short stories from the modernist period, early Indonesian literature. He's a really great tool for that kind of way of looking at society without all of the baggage that we bring to it. Does that answer your question? Thank you.
Yeah. You can absolutely have like more, like longer discussion with him if he's not satisfied yet, right?
Certainly, I'll be around. You can talk to me.
Okay. Next is Professor Dwi Marianto, please.
Okay. And again, I feel thankful after listening your lecture. Why? Because now I'm supervising a student who applies a kind of observation that you do. But she developed her own method. She combined idea of mindfulness, vipassana, and deep observation. And then by that method, she acknowledged that she could find more mindful ideas from the object observed. And actually, if it's possible, I would like to introduce you to the students, at least by linking the address with you, to you. So once again, your thick descriptions, I think, might be helpful too for my student. Thank you.
Terima kasih banyak sekali Pak Profesor Dwi. Kehormatan bahwa Bapak ada di sini hari ini.
Saya
kehormatan bagi saya.
Saya muridnya Adrian Vickers.
Oh iya, tentu saja. Okay. Saya sering membaca tulisannya Pak Dwi untuk penelitian saya juga.
Terima kasih.
Sangat senang kalau bisa bertemu hari ini. Terima kasih.
Baik, terima kasih.
Okay. So it's more appreciation, it's not questions, yeah. Okay. So I think from my left side there is no question yet. So please, please, Ibu. Thank you.
Thanks, Sally. I was just wondering, aside from the social shared experience of thick description, do you see this as a useful approach in the archival of materials? Say, for example, in metadata and things like that?
Yeah, I think it's very important for archival work. I think this is one of the challenges I found when I was doing my research, when I looked at old descriptions of works that I couldn't see. I very often found the descriptions were quite light, and there were often no photographs, particularly of modernist works. I looked at, and in fact Adrian Vickers has written an article about this recently. I tried to look at some of the old works from paintings from Lekra artists, but I couldn't find documentation of it, photographs. And the descriptions were always about the social context and not about what the works looked like. So for archival purposes, I think it would be, it's very useful to have really great descriptions. And I think Eliza can probably talk more at some stage also about how important that descriptions of artworks are when you're working with documentation, when you're working with conservation, when you're working with archives, basically. You never know what will be kept and what will be lost in archives. So yeah, the more material you can generate, I think, is really important. Yeah.
Thank you so much.
We still have sufficient times. Please, if you have more questions from the audience. Oh yes, please, committee.
Let me introduce myself. My name is Vera, and I am a student here in ITSI Yogyakarta. I'm a fine arts student in my final year, and I wanted to ask if whether this think description method of thinking could be applied into studying
yeah, I think. Yeah,
sorry about that.
Yeah, lebih jelas lagi.
Okay, how this method of thinking, think description, could be applied into studying conceptual space, because again.
That's okay. I can hear you.
Okay, thank you.
In the conceptual space.
Conceptual space, because it kind of enlightened me actually, because like when you think of space, the first thing I think of is like the social construct of it, the social context of it, and it's quite heavy that way. But when you apply the think description method, it's quite enlightening, because like, oh, I can describe it like by piece by breaking it down, and that's very useful. And I wanted to thank you for introducing that to me. And yeah, that's all I had to say.
Thank you. I do hope it's useful in that space. That is the most challenging space, challenging way to use it when describing conceptual works, or even our own concepts and understandings of things. Breaking it down to things that we can sense with our indra mata is very challenging, but so useful, because it can help us to understand why we think the way that we think. I was thinking about this a lot the other night when Ibu Monica was performing with the students from ISI, and there was so many things happening in the space. I was trying to break down which parts were my feelings, my emotional response to the lighting, the sound, the mixture of the gamelan sounds and the rhythmic sounds, but also the trees, the rain, the fog. Which of these things were my feelings, or which of these things were giving me particular emotional responses to the work? So it's a good way to try and break down those feelings. And as Professor Dwi noted, for your research and your study, it can be a really good basis, a foundation from which you can make more evidence-based analysis, I guess, yeah, of why something works or doesn't work. When you're making art, it can also be really useful in that way too. Thank you.
Okay, questions more? Masujud, is there any questions from you? Okay. And we have also a special guest from Malaysia, Professor Rafia. Do you have any questions? Yes, please. Thank you.
Hi, hello, how are you?
Baik-baik, terima kasih Bu Afia. Silakan.
So, an interesting sharing actually. So, usually for fine art students, they use visual research, the term of visual research, for them to collect all the necessary information as part of the process of studio research. So the issue is we don't want the student copy and paste the subject, yeah. So it's like imitation process on the object. So we want to see the innovation and also the development of new idea in the making of the body of work. So I mean, usually description or analysis, we use that after the after the completed of the work, or we call as artist statement. So maybe you can share with us for today.
Talking about how thick description works in the creative process as well. Yeah, I think in my creative process, what it really helped me to find was ways to collaborate and build shared meaning through the work that I wanted to create. So one of the things that I have found useful is working with objects, working with making objects, but using that not as the art. I mean, it's hard to distinguish between that object as the artwork and the relationships and conversations. But in my exegesis for the work that I was showing earlier for Nay, let me bring it back up. The process of description for this work was really revealing for me about my own assumptions, my own preconceptions, my own cultural approaches to the object that were then changed by making with other people and hearing them describe their experiences. So I had this idea that it would be like a soft monument, like a wall, a memorial wall. We have a lot of these in Australia, sometimes for soldiers who've died in wars, but also there's one for truck drivers who've died on driving trucks. So memorial walls are kind of a cultural construct for us, and they're made out of bricks, which go like this. And then one day I had a participant who was from Korea, and their name was oh, it's gone. Their name was inscribed on a vertical panel rather than a horizontal panel. So I had to change the whole concept and also the physical object to accommodate this vertical name. And that was so instructive for me to rethink what I that's a thick description. There was a loud noise that I assumed was something terrible, but it wasn't. So I had to change my interpretation of what my own work would be and what it would mean to other people. And that happened every time we made this work. People would interpret it differently. What I was asking them to do, how they would respond to it, what other people had already done. So the object became a really important vehicle for these thick descriptions, but they were all different. Everybody noticed different things. And perhaps this speaks also to the question earlier about what should you describe. Describe as much as you can, but be aware that you will describe things that are based on your subjectivity, and be open to other people's descriptions being completely different based on their subjectivity. Does that answer your question? So, thank you, Ibu.
Terima kasih, Prof. Rafi'ah. Do we still have time, committee? Or maybe 5 more minutes. So only 5 more minutes, if we still have maybe one time. Oh yeah, please. One question, please.
All right, thank you so much. My name is Febri from Visual Communication Design. I'm a new lecturer here. So thank you so much, Dr. Eliken, for your presentation. It's really interesting. So I would like to say some words first. So I really like your idea about thick description. But for me, you use thick itself, the word thick. It's already intimidating for me. I mean, thick in Indonesia means tebal, yes, tebal. So I think, I imagine that the description would be this thick or would be so long, would be so many confusing words about the object, about the art. So that will be, we get so many opinion about one object, about one art object. So my question is, what tools or what method you use to make a conclusion about that so many description, about that so many opinion about one object art? Yeah, maybe that's my question. So what tools, what method you use to make a conclusion about so many descriptions, so many opinion about one object art? Because I really have no idea how to make a conclusion about if I use thick description to my class later. There will be so many descriptions, so many point of view, so many opinion from my students. There will be confusing work. Maybe you have opinion about that. Thank you.
Thank you, Febri. Okay. Yeah, okay. It is quite difficult. It can be quite difficult. It gets easier with practice. But the main tool, I think you're right already, you're on the right track. What you want to do is get each student to write their own description, or perhaps not even to write it. I mean, we often didn't write, and we would often, as we did before, just take 1 or 2 observations from each person and bring them all together. The other thing that you would want to do would be to restate them, to say, well, so-and-so says this, so-and-so noticed the stitching, so-and-so noticed the texture, so-and-so said this about the color, describe the color. And you may find, we often experience this. One person would say the color is white, and the other person would say the color is cream, and someone else might say it's gray. So restating the descriptions and noting where they're different as well is really important. And then asking the students to find, to discuss again their descriptions once they've shared. So it's we call it a reiterative process. You do it over the same thing several times. And as you move through it from that first description with only things they can see, that's really important, as far as possible, just what they can see. Then we start to ask, what do you think that means? What do you think that tells us? What do you think it is? But that question should come after the descriptions have been shared, so that students have a chance to hear other people's descriptions, so that they're building a shared understanding and interpretation. It's one of the ways that we can start to think about all of the different interpretations that we have of different objects, the things that we bring, and it will help them to build their understanding of the difference between what they see and what they understand and interpret. And I think that's very important, not just for art research, that's really important for how we navigate this world where we are constantly faced with people who see the world differently from us. It's a very complex world we live in now. We all experience it differently. There's a tendency for us to go on different sides and to say, this is how I see it. I am not going to move. And for me, this process is a way of trying to help people to share but not hold on to their interpretations, so they can move, so we can move closer together instead of further apart.
Okay, Ma Febri, hope this answer will be beneficial for you, especially when you start to teach your own class. Yeah, welcome.
Good luck. You'll be great.
Yes. Okay, I think, this is like the end of the session. But maybe you can give us like your last but not least statement.
Oh, I feel like I just did.
Yeah.
That's okay.
That's good.
I'll just restate that basically, that this thick description is really important for art history and art research. It's really, really important that we make these really detailed descriptions of the work that we're looking at if we are making research on art objects, but not just objects, artworks of any kind. It's really important for that. But it's also a really important cultural skill, or an intercultural skill. And it is a process that we use in intercultural studies as well. We call it DIVE, describe, interpret, evaluate, verify and evaluate. And that's a process for trying to come together instead of pulling apart. So I think that's where I'd like to leave you.
Okay, thank you so much. And thank you once again to everyone who participated in today's sessions. And a special thanks, of course, matur nuwun sanget ya, Dr. Ali Ken or Mbak Eli. Yeah, for the valuable presentation, and hopefully the thick description is, because we are all visual arts, people. It's really important. Okay, once again, thank you so much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. And I'll give time to the Master of Ceremony. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for the first keynote speaker, Dr. Ali Khan, lecturer of NU Canberra, Australia, and also Dr. Alfie Lufiani as the moderator for today. For that truly captivating and thought-provoking keynote address, your words have given us much to reflect upon and have undoubtedly sparked many ideas for the discussions to come. It is with immense pleasure that we now proceed to present a symbolic token of our gratitude to Dr. Ali Khan for the outstanding contribution. They will be presented by the Dean of Visual Art and Design, Bapak M. Solahuddin. Yeah. A big round of applause. And also, we would like to invite Bapak Konfir Kabu and also John Crutches to also give a symbolic souvenir to Dr. Alikant for today. Yes. A big round of applause for our first speaker today, Dr. Alikant. Okay, thank you very much. Please may be seated. Well, ladies and gentlemen, thank you, doctor. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for a much deserved break. We will now have our coffee break. Please make your way to the downstairs where the refreshments will be served. We will resume promptly at 11 a.m., so please be back in your seats by then. Enjoy the refreshment. Thank you very much. Oh, okay, sorry. I'm so sorry. But before we go to the downstairs, perhaps we have a little bit of photo sessions, maybe? Yeah. So, yeah, stay on the seat, and the photographer will going around and take a picture from the booth. Yeah. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. We will now have a little bit of photo session before we continue our first coffee break sessions. The photo session will be taken from the stage, so kindly be seated. No need to stand up, no need to. Yes. Okay. Okay. Perfect. Finish? Perfect. Now, maybe a little bit of stand up, and then we go from there. So the background will be this. So the photographer will be moved to that way, and then we have another photo sessions. Dari sana, Kak. So please make sure everyone visible to the camera and give the best pose. Kayak kurang tinggi ya, Mas. Di sini aja. Okay. 1, 2, 3, and pose. Yay, thank you. Okay, perfect. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Now it's time for our first coffee break, so please make your way to the downstairs where the refreshment will be served. Thank you very much. It's
Yes. Cek, cek, cek. Cek, 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 cek. Cek view nih. Wah, ini orang atur ini. Cek satu, satu, cek. Cek, cek. Cek satu, cek cek. Cek satu, cek cek. Cek satu, cek.
Test, 1, 2. Welcome back, everyone. Hope you all had a refreshing break and enjoy the opportunity to connect with the attendees. We are now ready to dive into our next sessions, which is the first panel that promised to be another fascinating segment of our symposium. So please be seated and find a comfortable seat. Ladies and gentlemen, to start our intellectual journey, we are thrilled to present our first panel, a foundations of today's program. This session, titled Art Pedagogy in Practice, consists of 4 panelists. And to skillfully guide us through this important discussion, it is my distinct pleasure to introduce our moderator for this session, Ibu Dewi Bukit, a lecturer of ISI Yogyakarta and also part of Project 11 Indonesia. Ladies and gentlemen, without any further ado, let's open the floor and get this incredible discussion started. For the moderator, time is yours.
Thank you, Prima.
Thank you.
But I'm not the lecturer of ISI Yogyakarta. I'm the alumni of ISI Yogyakarta from photography program. Okay, good morning, everyone. As Prima say, I'm Dewi Bukit. I am from ISI alumni from photography program. So, welcome to Apaf. It's been honor to be a moderator for this session. For this session, we have for amazing person. Ada kita gabung bahasa Indonesia dan Inggris karena di sini ada banyak yang dari Indonesia juga. So we have Monica Lim, Dr. Monica Lim, Bapak Irwandi, our rektor. Mungkin bisa aplausnya. Biar nggak ngantuk ya, biar nggak ngantuk. Jam-jam abis coffee break biasanya suka ngantuk. Oke, di sudut sana pakai jas hitam. Perkenalkan ada Profesor Wogik dari Trisakti dan dari ISI alumni juga dari ISI Pak ya. Jadi kita harus bangga ya dengan di sini. Dan di ujung sana ada Ibu dari Malaysia, Ibu Associate Profesor Dr. Rafiah dari University Teknologi Mara Malaysia. Katanya Ibu ini bisa berbahasa Jawa, isn't it? Jadi tadi saya bicara, Ibu, we running this symposium using English. Yeah, I can speak English, but not Indonesia, sedikit-sedikit, but I can speak Javanese, katanya Jawa. Jadi sana saya nggak bisa bahasa Jawa, jadi kita running in Indonesia and in English. Thank you everyone, and I will ask you for the panelists introduce themselves for max 5 minutes, what you do and where you come from. So I start with Monica Lim. Monica Lim.
Hi, my name is Monica and I am from Melbourne, Australia. I am actually a full-time artist and my major focus is actually on sound and music composition. I do research at the University of Melbourne and I do some casual teaching there, so definitely not a full-time faculty member, but I have a lot of experience as a student. So yes, very nice to meet you, and I look forward to the discussion.
Okay, thank you, Bu Monica. So next, our rector, Bapak Irwandi.
Terima kasih Dewi. Thank you everyone. Thank you Dewi and hello everyone. My name is Irwandi. I'm a lecturer of photographic department in ISI Yogyakarta since 23, and my practice about art is about old photographic technology that invented in 19th century. So since I become a lecturer, I'm doing those practice and one of method of the print that I use until today is the cyanotype, and the cyanotype I use not only for reactualization the technique, but in the development, I use that for the form of communication, my language in art, to express my idea, to criticizing about humanism, and so on. So, thank you for the opportunity to Apaf, and I hope I can share what my experience about that, and to become sharing session to development of education, especially in art and photography. And my practice from the beginning now become a major lecture, mata kuliah wajib in photography. So I hope that student can develop what I do to broader the impact of old photographic technique, especially for the tool for the expression. Thank you.
Thank you. And next, mungkin Prof. Wagik.
Okay, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam saudara semuanya. Hello everyone. I am alumni from ISI Yogyakarta. Give applause. Okay. I get professor only in 6 months. Yeah, not more. So hopefully the lecture from EC get professor also soon. So I really appreciate if you invite me to make it a lot of professor from EC soon. So I have a tip and trick to get a professor degree immediately. Maybe just create how to submit the international journals, scopus, and etc. Okay, now I'm the Dean of Faculty of Art and Design, Universitas Trisakti. My majoring special in visual communication design, and my research is about everything about the media impact, focusing for digital media such as virtual reality, video mapping, sculpture, and etc. So, my concern is not only in the art, but the impact for that, the all of media. How the audience respond for that media. Hopefully we can join research together and get a scopus or international journal together, and we waiting for your collaboration between ISI and Universitas Trisakti. Thank you.
Thank you, Pak Wagik. Mungkin aplausnya dulu buat Prof. Wagik. Next, Ibu kita yang di ujung sana. Silakan Ibu, Bu Rafia.
Assalamualaikum and good morning. It's still morning, I think. Okay, I'm Rafia Legino from UITM Shah Alam, Selangor, Malaysia. Yeah, I joined this university 2001 as a lecturer, and at the same time I still practice because my majoring area is in printmaking or graphics. And at this moment, I was attached with a research and innovation department in UITM, where we have to enhance and to have more collaboration, especially in international level. And at the same time, I lead for arts and humanities, where the focus towards practice-based and studio research area. So we hope from this session we can share together in regard with specific area, or maybe transdiscipline, or even transferring the knowledge from community, or even not only for student. Yeah, okay. I think that's all.
Thank you, Ibu Rafia. Mungkin aplausnya juga buat Ibu Rafia. So I will start the discussion. I will for Irwandi, Bapak Irwandi, Mas Irwandi, karena masih muda jadi kita panggilnya Mas Rektor. Saya akan bertanya dalam bahasa Inggris, Mas Rektor. Based your analog digital photography research, how can revitalizing traditional photography techniques? I know you are expert in, for example, cyanotype. some strengthen critical visual literacy among our students in the digital age while addressing challenges of our education commercialization. So can you explain in your base experience? Thank you.
Thank you, Dewi. Saya akan dua bahasa. Jadi intinya adalah pada saat itu saya melihat waktu saya menjadi dosen. When I start to being a lecturer in ISI Yogyakarta, there is a transformation between analog photography to digital photography. And at that time, I'm very analog minded. And I see and I predict that film photography will be reduce or disappear in the next few years. So there is a dependency, ketergantungan, the artist, photographic artist with the vendor of paper of film. So I start to think to how the campus or the lecturer and student can make alternative medium to still mewujudkan, to realization his idea with pure photography. So at the time I doing a research that supported by Ministry of Education at that time to doing the old photographic practice. There is 6 printing technique that I research, and in the dalam perjalanannya, in the development of that, I find the cyanotype as a one medium that fit to the photographer to express the idea. Because in Department of Photography, we have 3 major. The first is journalism photography, the second is the commercial photography, and the third is the fine art photography. So that medium I used to fine art photography. Why? Because the old photographic technique itself has to or must made by hand. So sometimes the technique called handmade photography. When sometimes make with hand, so we can transfer our emotion, our idea, our expression with hand and make the expressive work. And after a few years, I'm doing research and workshop about that. I start to think to choose the medium, especially cyanotype. If you see my the exhibition tonight, you can see the journey of my idea about photography and expression. The medium I use to criticizing the humanity. Few years ago, I make the work about metaverse, how we are terancam threat to the virtual reality, virtual environment that reduce the reality. And now I talking about the development of AI with the work title Bleeding Mind. Because the AI, if we not use with the wisely, dia akan memperkecil hipotalamus kita. Hipotalamus is one part of the brain that will reduce if we reduce our real experience. Dan AI akan bila tidak digunakan dengan bijak akan mengarahkan kita ke sana. Banyak sekali kegiatan-kegiatan kita yang real itu terredus oleh teknologi, terredus oleh AI, sehingga itu menjadi kegelisahan kami, termasuk secara kelembagaan saya mulai berpikir isi ke depan ini akan seperti apa dalam menghadapi AI itu. And back to the theme of pedagogy, my practice then I arranged to be a curriculum, and now the old photographic process is a major mata kuliah, major lecture in ISI Yogyakarta. So it's open the opportunity to the student to explore and find their characteristic with the artwork. And for the example, you can see maybe in the exhibition there is maybe 2 students that use the technique. First is Ricky Maulana that make the work with handmade photography with the different characteristic from me. And once more is Mbak Nia, Mbak Anjania. The final project use cyanotype and photography without camera to sharing her idea about the mythology, the mythology animal. And I think for the future, I will develop again about this approach to making the artwork to show the distinction between technology, AI, or machinery, and differences with the original work from human. Thank you. I think seperti itu, Mbak Dewi. Mudah-mudahan bisa tertangkap.
Okay. Sejauh riset ini, so far, is it many student is follow your research in cyanotype?
Yeah. Every semester, in the end of the semester, they will doing the exhibition, and the exhibition itself show how the old photographic technique is the stimulasi untuk berpikir lebih kreatif, to thinking creatively, more creative, to make artwork. And dalam kesempatan itu pula menunjukkan bahwa photography can be as applied art and can be an art.
Okay,
Yeah.
so this is the very, because I'm photography as well, so I need to talk to you. Is it cyanotype, which is we can put in the fine art photography, isn't it? So what do you think the position of the cyanotype and fine art photography can be like fine art and the reality in fine art? You know what I mean?
Yeah, I think for the future, I think the cyanotype is maybe we can say that's not only photography again. That's a fine art work. That's a visual artwork, because in my development I am doing mixed media, mixed technique. For example, saya menorehkan cat berwarna merah sebagai simbolisasi darah atau kelukaan in my work. So this is sudah karya yang sudah transdisiplin antara fotografi secara kesejarahan. Historically that is a photography, but in the context of now the work will be ketika ditambahkan dengan media lain, dia akan menjadi karya seni yang sudah lagi tidak terkotak dalam fotografi, tetapi sebagai as a visual art.
Okay, thank you, Mas Randi. And second question is, this is very, as a rector of ISI Yogyakarta, take a breath. As an art institution leader, you as a rector, what the strategies do you implement to balance creative industry demand with the academic integrity in the circular, especially amid funding pressure? You know, nowadays everything is efficiency, cut everywhere. So what the strategy that you implement to ISI Yogyakarta? Please.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, efficiency is our challenge to still on the track. Yeah, but basically, or essentially, as a leader of institution, we actually have a framework that yang telah dicanangkan oleh pemerintah, Tentu tentu pendidikan, education as the main sebagai core business kita, as the core business of institution, we try to apply the outcome-based education as a support to the government to giving the student to develop themselves not only in the class but in the real world of situation. For example, is the independent project. So ISI Yogyakarta open the opportunity to the student to doing practice in the industry, maybe in the artwork, so that we can guarantee that ISI Yogyakarta can provide the student and make the opportunity for student for being himself or themselves as he passion. So we can see the student choose the commercial field to develop their career, but some of students start to want to be artists, and we open the access of that with outcome-based education. And now, since the new cabinet of Indonesia, the spirit of that is still there. With they give the name Kampus Berdampak, and the policy is still in discussion in the ministry level, and will be announced to us maybe sebulan 2 bulan lagi akan ada announce about what is the Kampus Berdampak and how to imply that to our institution. Like that, Mbak Dewi.
Thank you Mas Irwandi. Kita kasih tepuk tangan dulu buat Mas Irwandi ya, biar semangat. Okay, I will give a break for Mas Irwandi. I will move to Dr. Monica Lim. You have your mic? Okay. So as we can read in the biography, Dr. Monica Lim is on art and creative technology, mostly in music. So I want to ask you about the referencing interdisciplinary practice and AI. So from your experience creating AI and motion interface work, how should our education adapt to prevent students from being trapped in technology? Wow effect is all easy while developing substantive artistic concept.
Wow effect. Okay. Yes, wow effect. Something that I have to question myself with every day as well. I work with a lot of technologies, and now, of course, the most pressing technology of our time is artificial intelligence. And we start to see a lot of artworks. I also, sometimes on panels of various institutions to assess artworks for grants and things like that. And we start to see applications come in from artists that use AI or are wanting to use AI and other new technologies in their work. And often, some of them try to do it in a way that's quite surface, yeah. Jennifer Walsh, who is an artist scholar in London, she wrote an extremely interesting article on AI, and she said that this is the first and the last time in the history of humankind that AI can be the concept in conceptual art. And we have seen that in many artworks now that bring up AI as the concept, as the idea for the art itself. But as AI gets integrated into everything that we do, and we're also starting to see the backlash against it, right? We're all a little bit sick of the whole idea of AI. that actually the artworks that start to use technology are going to have to use technology in a much deeper way. We have to look at these technologies as a kind of craft, I think. And what is a good artist is a good artist who can use these technologies as craft, like how good is their craft in using it. That makes them better at using it than everyone else. How do they use it to actually communicate the idea that goes beyond the technology, but beyond into something that connects emotionally to the audience. So yeah, for me as a practitioner, I think that's the key, like to have the depth to be able to go into that and not just use it as a wow factor, because that we cannot, 1 or 2 more years, there's no wow factor anymore.
Oh, okay. On 2 years, yeah, there's no
I don't
wow
think
factor.
so, yeah.
Okay, it's very interesting that you say that technology we can like AI as technology as a craft. So this is one of the point. I mean, like how you can like conclusion that just say like AI is technology as a craft. Can you explain more longer about that?
So there are many types of AI. But the AI that we are all familiar with is what is in the media, right? And what is easy to use, like ChatGPT, or like the large models that are made for everyone, for the general user. But if you are an artist, say for example, I'm a musician, I want to use AI in a way that is personal and custom for me. Something that I use with my own data set, or with my own ideas that I can tweak the model to what I want it to do, or I want to use it in a model that it wasn't supposed to be used. So I want to break the model, I want to bend the model. And for me, that is the way to engage with technology, to go deeper than the general user, and to really find, okay, where is it that you can make it part of yourself? Like my husband, Confer, he is a collector of art, and he always says, he doesn't want to buy an artwork unless the artist has really suffered, like their soul is in there. So if you're using AI in your work, how do you put your soul in that work? It is not by just typing a few sentences and pressing a button. Dr. Irwandi said that mentioned this idea of photography without cameras, and I was thinking, gee, what is an artwork without artists? There is none.
Yeah.
So we must be able to use, artists will have to use AI and technology in a work that still keeps the art.
Okay. So because you're based in Melbourne, I want to ask you, is it you have like a war in your heart when students from being trapped in technology? That will affect maybe something like that? Is it in Melbourne? How in Melbourne?
Actually, it's interesting. A lot of artists in Melbourne and a lot of, I have to say, a lot of lecturers as well, where I am at the University of Melbourne, they are very against technology and particularly AI. There's a fear of it. And of course, the fear is founded because there will be changes to the workplace for efficiency.
And Melbourne also have efficiency.
Yeah, of course. Eventually, and particular genres are affected more, right? If you are in writing, script writing, or in, that kind of field. For example, if you make music for film, for soundtracks, these are the kind of jobs that will be, I guess, more threatened by technology. So there is a lot of resistance, especially among artists, because of the copyright issues as well. So I actually think that I don't know about wow factor. I actually feel that it's actually the opposite. We have so much resistance to the idea of AI in the creative arts often that we fail to grasp also the potential for it to expand creativity. So I use it a lot in a way that I use AI and technology because it helps me to go beyond the limitations I have as an artist. And I find it useful to have that. So yeah, for me, I guess I would urge an open mind in facing these technologies.
As long as we put some sense.
Yeah, as
inside.
long as you put your soul into
Yeah.
it. Suffer.
Okay.
You got to keep suffering to make your art.
Okay, thank you Monica. Another question in collaboration ya. Kita we know, kita tahu ya, kita bisa baca di sini in collaborative project like liquid architecture. How do you mitigate the risk of disciplinary superficial when artists, programmer, and science collaborate? And what the key principle maintain expertise depth?
Yeah, I think this is a big question for institutions now, because mostly education institutions, we tend to go into deep specialization, right? The idea of going and do a PhD is you specialize more and more in your field, but actually in the workplace, for me, for example, as an artist, when I get commissions for festivals or for, just to present my work, more and more festivals want interdisciplinary work. They want immersive works, so that the audience comes in, they are immersed in visuals, they are immersed in sound, in 3D. We want every visual sense to be catered for. So when you have a deep specialization in something, it can be very difficult, because then you have to work with a group. I do most of my work in big groups, with collaborative groups. And so for me, although my specialty is sound, I also learn about animation, I learn about gaming engines. I have a bit of knowledge of everything. And I find that that's really important for me, because I know what I don't know. And I know what is possible and what is not possible, and where I need to get help from other people. So I think that's the point of interdisciplinarity in education. Maybe it's not about taking away specialization, but it's about adding to specialization just basic skills in other fields, so that you can collaborate with others without them getting frustrated with you because you don't understand them. And also so that you know the potential possibilities beyond your field of what is possible to make new types of art. For me, that's my approach anyway.
Yeah, thank you, Bu Monica. I worry about time. Okay, we move to Prof. Fugik dari Trisakti. Prof, ada dua pertanyaan. Yang pertama, on visual rhetoric and ambient media research. So in Indonesia, politically charged symbol context. So how can designer leverage ambient media, for example, is like public installation, for critical visual literacy without being co-opted by industry pragmatism?
Okay, thank you, Mbak Dewi. Mbak Dewi asked about my dissertation when I get a doctoral degree in ITB. It's called Visual Rhetorica in Ambient Media. Okay, the first I want to explain about the ambient media. Ambient media is art with pace in the environment. So use environment to be a one of element of that media. Such as one day, do you have already visit Ong Jin Museum in Magelang? We can show the floor is like a wave. Ya. Jadi lantainya itu kayak ada gelombangnya gitu ya. And only tied by one rope. Jadi seakan-akan ada tali untuk lantainya itu di kayak gelombang. That's one sample of ambient media. So this is it's called ambient media. Such as also Spider-Man climbing in the building, it's ambient media also. Okay, the topic of the dissertation, my concern is about visual rhetorica. Visual rhetorica is about how to explore how visual can speak, invent emotion. So now we have a big question: who win in the art competition? Who win in the design competition? So who is the winning for the art competition or the design competition or design project? Which the design or the art can be meaning. So if they don't have meaning, maybe they don't care about that. So who have media who can export the media, who can create the media, a lot of response for that media, they can win. For example, one day I visit Budi Ubruk exhibition. I visit there and I have already asked to Budi Ubruk, Mas Budi, I want one of your art. I want to collect your art, one of that one. In the opening of exhibition, I visit there. Budi Ubruk opened the art gallery. That day is closed, but they want to show me the all of painting. I visit there. The painting is very big. A lot of painting is very big, and I want this one. Sorry, gig. The all of art is sold. So Budi Ubruk have exhibition. The all of art is sold. So that unsold exhibition. Yeah, because the all of art I already sold. So I think Budi Ubruk can create. It's called it visual rhetorica. How to create a concept, how to create idea relevant with the context. The context at that moment is related is nationalism. When in that era there is a lot of election. So the election always talk about the nationalism, and we know everybody, such as Jokowi, Prabowo, also make the national to big issue. So all of art is already sold. Okay. Also in the contemporary art, we know one day a big balloon lie down in the Prambanan temple. It's very unique. Yeah. The art sometimes have to fix material, cannot broken, but now it's different. The contemporary movement is very unique. For example, the balloon which slide down in the Prambanan temple is very big. Sometimes we create art always in the dark material, but in that the balloon is pink. You can imagine balloon pink display in front of the cultural heritage temple. It's very unique. That's why this is the one of idea how to visual rhetoric the idea. Another idea. One of painter create the paint such as a mirror. So we can remember the old artists paint mirror. They can paint the mirror like a candle, the mirror of candle. Now they can also paint the self-portrait in the mirror. No, the last art also, they create a pillow. We know pillow is very soft, but if we touch, it's very hard. That's why a lot of idea. So when we create the art, always concerned about the visual rhetoric, how to make somebody know the meaning, confusing, and this is the big idea. So that's why a lot of artists make a new material, find a new material, maybe a little bit different, but if they had a new material, new technology, new technique, I think they can confuse the visual rhetoric. For example, Butet. Butet create which call it always writing, everywhere writing is namanya apa ya Mas ya? Ngerapal muslim itu wirid. It's called it wirid. Wirid is always wirid. He read his name Butet Katarasa. He read it. Yeah, he read. Also Pak Suwarno. Look. Yeah. Also is where it, yeah. He read everywhere. So finally, this is a different. Everybody create a picture, create a realism, create abstract, but Butet create where it. So this is the different. Also, we can see once again Budi Ubruk read a newspaper. Budi Ubruk read a newspaper in that art. Pak Butet create a wirid in that art. So if you found the unique technically, unique element, you can winning the how to create visual rhetorica. Also, Yasuki Kusuma. We know everywhere a lot of dots. Yeah, they create an infinity media. So we put the dot in the area fully dot also. So this is different. Is it possible open my slide presentation, Mas? Ada slide presentasi bisa? Nggak mungkin.
Maybe there's no time, Bapak.
Okay, no time for that.
Yeah.
Okay. Also, I respond with the AI also.
Yeah.
Okay. Now the big question: how about the future of art and design when we get AI disruption? Yeah. So we know common people can create prompt, always typing something. Now finally the reality or hyper reality video can appear, then everybody surprised with that AI. So what's the contribution of art of the artist and designer from the prompt? So in the topic referred to pedagogy, I think we have to back again about the methodology. The methodology is the key how to create prompt better. We know we are the artists, we are designer. We know about the expression, we know about the mimic, about the gesture, how to action. So one day, I have my mom who is passed away, my mom picture, but my brother create AI, but have a different mimic, different like gesture, different smell, different skin, but moving, it's okay moving, but it's different. So that's why if we are artists, if we are design, if we really know about the methodology of how to create the design, I think we can make different than the common people. So we have to create AI different than common people. How? We have really back to the how to create that design. We have to think about which methodology we can choose. For example, we know in the artificial intelligence, in the latest artificial intelligence, a lot of meme is referred to bad government policy, corruption and etc. Yeah. No, the first idea is not about the sign, it's about the semiotic between signified and signified. It's about practical discourses. So everybody, so we are the artist and design, we have to think about what's the discourse appear in the social media. This is the first thing. I think it's different than maybe 5 years ago. 5 years ago, we have to think about what's the color, what's the shape, what's the dimension. We always talk about that. No, it's different. Now we have to think about the discourse. Yang kita bicarakan wacananya itu apa? Jadi apa yang dibicarakan orang? When we think about the discourses, so we can create how to text create, how to art design created. After that, so the art can have a big social impact. In that case, I think I refer to the methodology for Norman Fairclough. It's called analysis discourse critical discourse analysis. We have three phases. One is textual, practical discourses, and social impact. That's one. Is now I think the methodology is very unique because the shifting of methodology, I think the trend going there. It's about how to create, how to visual rhetoric, have a big issue, big point to start it, to create the art and design. I think I want to talk about that.
Thank you, Pak Wagi. Mungkin satu lagi, Pak, ada pertanyaannya. How do you bridge the gap between art student expectation as a creative entrepreneurs and market reality that often sacrifice artistic experimentation?
Okay. One day, I have a student, now in Trisakti, I teach about creative partnership. As we know, we always create a design. We always create a craft. We create a sculpture. But you always forget who is willing to pay. Yeah. Sometimes you don't forget that. So, how to survive in the art and design industry? One day you have an ideal art and design. One day you have to think about how to you can cover your family with economy and social. So, I suggest art and designer have two objectives. One for idealism. The second for we have to concern about who is willing to pay. If I'm really surprised with my friend, with my artist also, angkatan 89 ya. We know Erika, Clowor, siapa lagi, Nasiro. They are famous artists ya. But the other is not. Why? Because they don't have unique element. Also, they don't think about who will willing to paint in that painting. For example, if you have house in the big in the wall, maybe maximum 2 painting, not more. Yeah, only 1 decade, only one in the 10 years, only maybe 2 times to pay a painting. That's why. So who is willing to paint the painter? For example, hotel, restaurant. Yeah, also for craft. For the craft, we will to pay for the craft. Wedding, event organizer. So please, for the young lecturer, always think to concept. One is idealism. The second is how to make a wealth and their family. I think that's bad, Dewi.
Yes, totally agree, Pak. Thank you. Tepuk tangan dulu buat Pak Wagik, Prof. Wagik. And next, yang di ujung sana, Ibu Rafia, hadir? Hadir. Oke, Ibu. Pakai bahasa Jawa apa Melayu, Bu?
Just proceed English.
Oh, okay. Okay. So, focusing on craft and culture management, what approach, Bu, effectively integrate traditional knowledge, as you know, maybe for example, Malaysia weaving, something like traditional, into contemporary art, circular without diminishing its cultural context?
All right. So I would like to respond in order to how I engage in my class.
Yes.
Actually, based from the
Your
practice.
yeah.
The practice. So most probably is reflect on the curriculum.
Maybe closer, Bu.
Reflect on the curriculum.
Okay.
Where the subject we have to teach. One of the element is where we need to expand and utilize the identity of local, where we put the element of form and soul in our. It's actually a support from the theory elements to the studio practice. So those elements we need to connect and integrate during the first segment is from the review, where we learn from the recent and previous work, where we use analysis and description, and then visual research, where the subject we need to establish, and then after that they have to map within the content and context. Yeah, for example, if their theme is reflect on local identity, of course they might choose local element to integrate with the specific style, or even character towards new formation and innovation in their body of work. Yeah.
Okay. And how about the establish, we know like research Nexus UITM. You have Nexus UITM. So establish equitable ASEAN cross-country art research collaboration, particularly regarding intellectual property for community-based craft work. So how does run the research Nexus UITM?
Okay, so most probably we need to engage closely with the local, the local practice, like the Malay wood carving and batik, weaver, you know. Then, for example, I was impressed the work by Ilan, where she took an element of local, where she engaged with the, local practitioner, where they are more of them in Borneo, yeah, where they engage with, weaver, and the work is fantastically shows the local character. So at the same time, she engaged and also bring forward the local character into contemporary, of course, in fine art and in visual art, probably.
Okay.
Within the craft,
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
Sustainability.
yeah, thank you, Bu Rafia. And maybe this is the question for Bu Rafia first and Bu Monica. I want to ask about how can institution, yeah, because Bu Rafia is research transdisciplinar, then Bu Monica practice cross-disciplinary. So how can institution, which is UNVCA, Bu Rafia, UITM, design flexible department structure to make collaboration more than patchwork project?
Yeah,
Mungkin Bu Rafia dulu.
Yeah, I wish to have that, momentum to be, the collaboration in between, not only within Asian, but most probably within the context of, in relationship in terms of similarity and also differences, in terms of most probably in the subject, probably, yeah.
Okay, maybe Bu Monica.
This is something actually I'm struggling with all the time at Melbourne. There is a need for a transdisciplinary hub at the university, and it's something I've been pushing for quite a long time. Some hub of research expertise where we can cross not just creative arts but computing. And I know a lot of universities overseas have implemented it. They have, schools of creative computation in many universities around the world. This is something that I hope to see implemented soon at the University of Melbourne. As you're right, there are interdisciplinary projects, but they are very project-based. They are sort of patchworks, and without an actual push for a permanent hub, then it is very difficult for our researchers and our students to reach out across faculties.
Okay, thank you. So we jump into the question. Maybe have a question? Oh, 5 minutes? Oh my God. 5 minutes left. Maybe question in 5 minutes. Ada yang bertanya? Oh, Eliza. Wow. Mungkin mic-nya bisa ke depan? Ke Eliza?
Thank you for that really interesting panel discussion. I feel like AI and like the impact and influence of AI was a really common thread between all the first few presentations, but I was interested to hear from Dr. Rafia on your perspective from your university, if, sort of how some of your students or your colleagues are sort of grappling with AI in your work. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for the question. So actually, AI, something can be worked into both sides. Positive and negative side. So most probably, it's actually a challenge to the for those they want to see the quality of work, yeah, because sometimes student might use this as part of their opportunity, but from the other side, is actually maybe we can, I mean, we use that as how to make a mapping or even a brainstorming, but not really for, I mean, asking AI to use to draw or even to sketch. But now with AI, I saw there is lot of opportunity, and we can use that in how to improve our, I mean, when we have an idea, and then when we want to link within the context. But I actually tried to use AI, but the output is not as we want to use, or even what we want is not, is different. It's totally different. So we back to the traditional mode.
Oke, Elijah. Oke, ada pertanyaan lain? Mungkin? Ada? Nggak ada? Habis? Sudah cukup jelas mungkin ya penjelasannya, karena ternyata tinggal 5 menit. Sekarang tinggal 3 menit ya, Gio? Oh, 2 menit left. Oke, kesimpulannya mungkin begini, walaupun dengan ada, you have, my boss, Konfir Kabo have a question. Silakan 5 menit boleh.
Actually, my question is to Dr. Irwandi. I was also a very bad student of photography, and basically I train in an analog system, and I always thought that the digital is a lot easier because it's cheaper. We discussed this last night. Maybe how does I understand it's always been very expensive analog, and I think now it's even more expensive. So what is the challenge for you? Because I know that you want to preserve analog system in the digital world. How can the student these days, firstly, can afford that? Because it's almost like we call it the Kodak moment. It's dying. What is the best way to I suppose explore and expand the analog, which is almost like a dying art. Yeah.
Yes.
Thank you, Pak Konfir. Yeah, that's a challenge. First, we had to the expensive of the material like film and paper. So what I do is make the community for the student, so the chemical the chemical and other stuff that we need, we can kita beli bersama, sehingga itu membuat to make ada rasa kebersamaan, togetherness. Dan untungnya di kampus itu selain mata kuliah itu ada sebuah komunitas yang memang juga menyediakan alat-alatnya. Nah, from campus support for the activity, making the exhibition and other activity, tetapi secara material kolektivitas dari para mahasiswa ini menjadi penting untuk bisa menjamin itu semua berjalan. Jadi kalau beli kertas misalnya, satu kotak isi 100 harganya mahal, mereka beli bersama terasa murah, Pak. Jadi seperti itu salah satu tantangan di samping tantangan-tantangan lain yang masih ada, Pak. Tapi mudah-mudahan dengan cara itu, with that way, the analog photography, the old photography can still alive with the specific target and to show the photographic as a form of art. Thank you, Pak Konfir.
Thank you, Mas Irwandi. Ya, because saya menambahkan sedikit dari Bapak Konfir. Biasanya many students is like very active in outprint cyanotype when they study, but suddenly after they have finished the work, it's like stop because there's no laboratorium, there's no ELIJAR, there's no money to buy the medicines, chemical. So maybe this like we can maybe easy as a rector you can like thinking about how we can like have the TEFA teaching factory too. After we graduate, we still can use the laboratorium and maybe something like that. Because yeah, in the fact the reality, one of my my assistant is very good in cyano and alt print, but yeah, that's the problem. But thank you anyway, thank you Pak Konfir atas pertanyaannya. So yeah, mungkin sudah habis. ON, oke. Okay. Saya kesimpulan sedikit. So apapun yang in this kemudahan with AI, we still have to able to provide feeling in one work, soul, and then so it's not wow effect, and semua kemudahan yang tersedia di depan mata ini tidak terlalu membuat kita jadi sepertinya mudah untuk melakukan sesuatu, karena di end of the day mau memudahkan itu dari AI atau apalah itu, kita as an artist we need to put something in our work. Maybe yeah, that's the kesimpulan ya. Mungkin tepuk tangan dulu buat 4 orang yang mengagumkan di depan sini. And thank you Bu Monica Lim, Bapak Irwandi, Prof. Vagik, thank you Ibu Rafia, thank you. Mungkin kalau ada yang mau ngobrol-ngobrol nanti bisa langsung ke mereka. So saya tutup panel ini. Terima kasih buat kehadirannya dan Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much, Ibu Dewi Bukit, for leading the first panel with art pedagogy in practice. And of course, thank you very much also for the 4 panelists who already give their best time. So ladies and gentlemen, I believe everyone's feeling a bit low in energy right now, so it's time for another break. We will now have our lunch break. Please make your way to downstairs where lunch will be served. We will reconvene here at 1:30 p.m. sharp. So please enjoy your lunch and take this opportunity to go for a gallery visit around this faculty and to network with fellow attendees. Thank you, and we'll see you back here shortly. Enjoy your lunch. Welcome back, everyone. Hope you all had a refreshing break and enjoy the opportunity to connect with attendees. We are now ready to dive into our next session, which is the second panel that promised to be another great segment of our symposium for today. The next panel will be starting in just a few minutes, so please be seated, take a comfortable spot as we prepare to start the second panel. Ladies and gentlemen, we are pleased to present our second panel discussion. This session titled Entangled Art Ecosystem. In the second panel, there will be 4 panelists. And to guide us through these important discussions, it is my great pleasure to introduce our moderator for this session, Dr. Eliza O'Donnell from Postdoctoral Fellow, University of Melbourne, Australia. A big round of applause. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, without any further ado, let's open the floor and get this incredible discussion started. Dr. Eliza, time is yours.
This.
Thank you, Sujud and Prima, for the introduction. So welcome back. I hope everyone had a nice lunch break. I thought I would briefly reintroduce myself for anyone arriving for these afternoon sessions. My name is Eliza O'Donnell, and I'm a Conservator and Research Fellow from the Grimwade Centre for Cultural Materials Conservation at the University of Melbourne. My own conservation and research practice focuses on tropical climate painting conservation, art authenticity and studies of attribution, and contemporary Indonesian art practices and methodologies for interdisciplinary collaboration to build secure material records. Since 2017, I've had the great pleasure of coming to Yogyakarta to work with the wonderful arts communities and cultural collections based here. It is a privilege to be the moderator for this panel 2 discussion focused on entangled art ecosystems with a strong curatorial and conservation focus. Joining us on this panel this afternoon, we have Sujud Dartanto, Curator and Lecturer at ISI Yogyakarta, Johanna Baer, Assistant Curator of Contemporary Australian Art at the Art Gallery New South Wales in Sydney, Assistant Professor Haisang Javana Likikara, Academic and Curator from Chulalongkorn University in Bangkok, and Rosaline Linda Octina, Lecturer in the Art Conservation Program at ISI Yogyakarta. The Entangled Art Ecosystems panel brings together conservation and curatorial expertise from Indonesia, Australia and Thailand for a focused discussion on ecologies of collection care and the different ways we work across the creative disciplines for exhibition making and preservation of our cultural records for the future. 4 of us on this panel, Johanna, Sujud, Haisang and myself, recently had the honour of participating in the Australia-Indonesia Art Study Tour, which concluded last night with a dinner hosted here at ISI. Over the past 9 days, we met with many artists across Ubud, Jakarta, Bandung, Solo and Jogja. However, what is always clear when we visit an artist studio, gallery space or exhibition is that artists are never working in isolation, and there's always a dedicated support system of arts workers, often working behind the scenes, who contribute to this vibrant and entangled arts ecosystem. So this panel, Focus on Art Ecosystems, was inspired by an infographic created by Farah Wadani, which is a mapping of the Indonesian fine art workers ecosystem, which she created in 2020 and was published in Wadani's book Skena, or Scene, in 2023. The diagram highlights the vast number of visual arts practitioners who work together across the main areas of artwork and exhibition making, event organising, publishing and educational programs. This mapping of expertise and disciplinary knowledge across the broader arts ecosystem has provided a loose framework for the panel discussants today, who will be presenting from a curatorial and conservation perspective, and is deeply embedded in the symposium themes of collaboration, connection and working together. So on that note, I'm now going to pass the microphone to the speakers to briefly introduce themselves, and then we'll open up the floor for a group panel discussion followed by audience Q&A. So Sujud.
Yes, okay. Thank you everyone. Thank you Eliza, and my name is Sujudartanto. I'm teaching at the Art Management Department under the Visual Art Faculty, and mostly I'm doing like creating, writing, and also research about art and it's related. And I just participated in Indonesia Art Study Tour. I started from Bali with Australian friends, which is very insightful and also has a good experience to me. And also I've been as external curator in National Gallery for 7 years. And besides, since years ago, I've been acting as artistic director of Art Moment that will be happen in this year in August 2025. Then that's all about me, and now I'm still completing my PhD program about art and blockchain technology, especially about artificial scarcity. So I would like to share more about this and how it then related with the curatorial practices, then also with conservations, especially about provenance. Yeah, that's all about it. Thank you.
Thanks, Sujud. And now Johanna.
Thank you. My name is Johanna Bear, and I am a curator and writer based in Sydney on the lands of the Gadigal people of the Eora Nation. This is my first time in Indonesia, and it has been incredibly enriching to learn more about Indonesian art, culture, and history through this tour. A bit about myself: I studied a Bachelor of Law as well as a Bachelor of Arts with majors in art history and international relations, and that has really informed my interests in working as a curator. I'm always eager to think about how art can facilitate socio-political and cultural exchange and understanding, as well as being used as a tool of learning and unlearning. So since 2022, I have been the Assistant Curator of Contemporary Australian Art at the Art Gallery of New South Wales, which is the major state-funded gallery and collecting institution in Sydney. And although I focus predominantly on working with artists who are based in Australia, we still connect internationally and understand that the definition of Australian art is not limited by geographic borders, especially given histories of migration and ongoing migration in Australia. So it means that I work closely in dialogue with curators from the international art team as well as the First Nations teams. And at the gallery, I curate exhibitions, most of which are presented free to audiences, but also look after developing and caring for the collection. And I have recently curated an exhibition with the Australian Balinese artist Layla Stevens titled Pahit Manis, Night Forest. And really that exhibition is what sparked my interest to come on this tour and learn more about Indonesian art. So prior to that, for 4 years, I worked at Artspace, which is a much smaller, not-for-profit, non-commercial gallery in Sydney. They present exhibitions, but have quite an interdisciplinary program where they offer studio spaces free to artists, I was very involved in that studio program. They also host curators coming internationally through research and furthering opportunities. And while there, I was also working again across Asia and internationally. I was involved in the Biennale of Sydney in 2000, Niran, and was part of a curatorium that developed an exhibition of Australian art at the Seoul Museum of Art in 2021 titled Unlearning Australia. And while at ArtSpace, I was also on the board of a small voluntary run organisation called Runway Journal, which focuses on arts publishing and writing. They're an experimental digital platform that commissions artists and writers to develop new works, and it was always really important to us that artists were paid, even if we didn't have funding secured. So. And I think that the organisation of Runway Journal was a little bit closer to some of the collective organisations and galleries that I've observed here while in Indonesia, if that's useful context. So in addition to working with publishing in Australia, I also am the Sydney desk editor for Art Asia Pacific magazine, and have been writing for them for the past 5 years. So I'm really interested in how all these different fields of the arts can interconnect and create new dialogues for exchange.
Hello, good afternoon. I'm Assistant Professor Dr. Haisang Chawanalikhikon from Chulalongkorn University, Bangkok, Thailand. So basically, I'm Deputy Dean of Research Affairs for our faculties, but I'm also taking care of our MA curatorial program. I'm a secretary of the program. And apart from that, I'm an artistic director of Art 4C, which is our faculty's art center, I would say, is located a little bit off campus, like few minutes walk from Chulalongkorn University, but it's like 15-20 minutes walk from our faculty, so it's quite a little bit further from our campus. So basically, Art 4C is a art center, art learning space. Thank you. So it's like an art center and multidisciplinary learning space. So we opened the space for exhibitions, workshops, events, and we also have these art shops that artists can sell their merchandises and some of the small artworks on site. And we also incorporate our space with a cocoa shop, a local cocoa shop as well, like for sustainability of cocoa. Anyway, and then I'm also running a small space, small art, private run art space as well with my friends called Canva and Co. That's like now our space just closed like last year, but then we are like doing like ongoing, like traveling exhibitions, pop-up exhibitions somewhere. So that's about me, and yeah, and then I also work with 16 Albemarle Project Space with John for quite some time on like several programs, including the Thai tour and then some exhibitions as well. So also for my curatorial practice, I focus my curatorial practice on environmental issues as well as art with materialities, like how artists use different materials to convey their artistic context and content, and then I help them to develop this kind of work. So I've curated exhibitions as my own private projects as well, so it's not related to anything in university, so it's like part of my some project, and I'm having two projects coming up. One is a book project. I'm serving print studios in Chiang Mai, Thailand, and I'm going to write a book about that. And I'm also going to do an estate for my late father, who's an abstract painter as well. So that's those are the two projects that I'm starting this year. I mean, I was meaning to start the book project last year, but it didn't happen. So those are the projects that I'm meaning to do. And yeah, I mean, my previous background, actually, I worked as project manager before I became curator. So I had a lot of experiences managing exhibitions and other projects before. And then my association to Indonesia. So this is actually my 4th time in Indonesia, but 3rd time in Yogyakarta, and I really like Yogyakarta. So this time I asked Confa and John if I could join just partially of the program because I have a son with me, so I don't think I could do like the whole trip. But because I joined last year and then I liked it very much, so I was like, I asked them if I could join like partially of it, yeah, and then they let me. Thank you for that, and then yeah, here I am, and I'm really happy to be here. Thank you.
Thank you, Hasan. And now Linda.
Okay, thank you, Eliza. First of all, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to the organizing committee of Asia Pacific Art Forum for inviting me to speak in this conference. My name is Rosalinda Agdina. I am a lecturer in the Art Conservation Program at the Faculty of Visual Art and Design in ISI Yogyakarta, a newly established study program in ISI. A brief background about myself: I earned my bachelor and master degree in archaeology from Universitas Gadjah Mada with a focus in museology. I have also been working as a researcher in a museum and heritage consultant. My main area of focus is heritage and museum studies, with particular interest in the study of collection, ranging from the provenance research to preventive conservation practice. I examined how museums manage their collection both physically and contextually through the literature, archive, and environmental monitoring. So over the years, I've worked with various types of collection, from prehistoric artifacts like in Sangiran or in Pacitan to keris collection in Purworejo and ethnographic object at the Sono Budoyo Museum. Okay, that's about me. Thank you.
Thank you, Linda, and thank you to all our speakers. Thinking about everybody's background and different research interests, I feel like maybe I'll start the conversation with inviting Linda and Sujud to reflect on, I think both of your research looks at provenance research in different ways. So Sujud, would you mind sharing a little bit about perhaps your PhD research on blockchain technology and how that feeds into ideas of provenance and so as like building secure records through digital means?
Yeah. Thank you, Eliza. So my currently research on the provenance. Basically, the idea is how to see the digital entity to become a provenance items. So, you know, we've been shaped by the digital technology for almost like recently about the blockchain technology would shape our environment, would shape our what I call the reality of our life, that side by side with the concrete reality that we're facing now. It is that it's quite hype around 2021 and 2024. That's a long, is the short period that NFT is become more and more lively at that moment. But my research actually is more try to digging more what lies behind that phenomenon. So the idea about the scarce, my PhD research is how to understand the artificial scarcity, because as we know in the contemporary art that we learn, we face like a bananas, you know, only one bananas that bought by the collector who bought the bananas as a contemporary item physically in very high price. But actually we have also the sample of the NFT phenomenon, NFT art phenomenon, like people that auction at one of the art auctions that got very expensive works, expensive price to that kind of NFT item. So my question is, how then the digital scarcity can get at that higher price? But not about the economic reason. My philosophical question is how then that kind of artificial, which is shaped by digitally, can be that the moment of that scarce. So the blockchain technology as a system that shape our reality now has a system that create something or the entity can be rare. So then from one hands to another hands, it can be easily to trace the provenance from one hand to another hand, and will be moved to another hand again, and so on and so on. So it's like a journey of that kind of provenance item. So I think in that context we have to think about the production of that's a kind of scarcity item, consumption and circulation. So in that kind of system that I try to take the research. And another thing that I would like to address about how then the artificial scarcity can be understood by the view from the logic of symbolic exchange. Before the pre-revolution industrial, the existing value is only for the use value. Then nowadays, I think from the use value, it went into the exchange or symbolic value. So that's really related with our conversation about the provenance. So my hypothesis is sometimes you have to looking into more deep to digging more deep into that kind of this kind of new phenomenon. That's the things that I want to address. Thank you.
That's great. Thank you so much. I think what's really interesting is that you're looking at NFTs and new kinds of digital art and thinking about how provenance can be tracked into the future, which if we sort of flip that model, Linda, I know that you're looking at provenance research, but you're sort of backtracking, looking at more historical archives and collections and trying to build a provenance to understand where those objects and collections have come from and what their history is. So if you could share a little bit about that, that would be great.
Okay, thank you. For the background, I am make research in Sono Budaya Museum. The Sono Budaya Museum holds a significant number of cultural objects. During my collaboration with the museum, I discovered that much of the collection data is limited to stating that items were donation from the Java Institute and were acquired in 1935, the year the museum is established. For the background, Java Institute is a cultural research organization during the Dutch East Indies era. This institution has a major role in recording the social and cultural dynamics in the Java, Bali, Madura, and Lombok region. One of the main problems in Indonesian museum is the loss of historical and cultural context due to the poor data management system. This had led the widespread data disassociation, making it difficult to trace the origin and significance of many objects in the Sono Budaya Museum. So, however, crucial information such as the origin, location of the objects, and the detail of their acquisition history is often missing in Sono Budaya. So my role in this project in Sono Budaya Museum is to reconstruct the provenance of the collection by tracing the remaining data within the museum in the catalog, the old catalog, and consulting archival record, conducting literature research in the library, in the Sono Budaya library, and comparing the museum object with similar cultural artifacts still in use by local community today. And this multi-method approach help it rebuild the lost connection and restoring the cultural context on the collection. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much. And I think it's really interesting to link your research with the Sonobodeo Museum back to Ellie's keynote lecture at the start and that process of thick description. Would you be able to speak a little bit to, I suppose, how much that is part of like building these new records, sort of that visual analysis of the collections?
Yes, maybe I will answer in mixed Indonesia and English. Yes. Di project yang saya kerjakan tahun lalu, kita membuat semacam provenance study with the ritual objects, and then we search the collection within the storage, and then we found kita menemukan banyak koleksi yang bisa dimasukkan dalam research study tentang ritual itu, dan banyak koleksi-koleksi yang dari Bali, terutama saya mengerjakan koleksi yang dari Bali. Tentu saja yang pertama yang saya lakukan adalah mencari sumber data, termasuk inventaris dan registrasi yang ada di dalam museum. Namun beberapa koleksi itu secara deskripsi, secara visual description tidak terlalu banyak di sana. Jadi yang pertama saya lakukan adalah mencari referensi dari foto-foto lama yang ada di internet tentang bentuknya seperti apa, mencocokkan secara visual. Jadi kita mencari dulu secara visual benda apa ini, dan kemudian kita melakukan identifikasi. Baru kita lakukan lagi riset ke video-video yang ada tentang suatu ritual yang ada di Bali, seperti itu.
Thanks, Linda. Now, Johanna, I really enjoyed hearing about the Layla Stevens exhibition at AGNSW last year or recently. Would you be able to maybe speak a little bit to your sort of curatorial process and working with Layla to show her work?
Yes, thank you. It was a really wonderful project to work on, and I should acknowledge that I was a co-curator with another colleague, Katie Dyer, who works at Art Space, where I used to work. But really for that project, it's part of an initiative at the Art Gallery of New South Wales where we commission artists to develop new works and present them at Art Space if they're at the Art Gallery of New South Wales. And Layla is a filmmaker. She works predominantly with the moving image, but also photography. And she wanted to develop a new film and sound installation that was referencing a number of different aspects of history, but also contemporary creative practice and storytelling practice in Bali. So she was looking at practices such as wayang kulit, storytelling through the Tantri tales, also a collection of historical 1930s paintings made in Batuan and Sanur that have now been taken out of Bali. They're in collections in the United States and in Australia. And she wanted to think about how she could return these objects which had been taken away from their place of origin. So again, interesting thinking about these ideas of provenance and connection to culture, loss of knowledge about culture. She wanted to find a way to spiritually be able to return them and reconnect them to Bali without being able to actually physically bring them there. And so she wanted to create animations using imagery of these artworks. But to do so, she got permission from all of the families descended from the original artists. So that consultation and time spent in Bali was a really important part of her practice. And I should say her father is Balinese. She returns to Bali frequently. And so it was a really wonderful learning about, for me as a curator, as well as Layla, how to think about decolonial practices that can also expand more broadly beyond shifting narratives of how these objects and artworks are understood, given that these paintings were originally commissioned by anthropologists from Europe in the 1930s, and she wanted to reinsert a feminist narrative and think about how they could also be used in contemporary efforts to preserve or advocate for the preservation of the natural environment in Bali. The images that she was working with depict really lush forests and spirits, and Layla was saying that many of these, and animals as well, and Layla spoke a lot about the way that these landscapes have been impacted and how the connection to those spirits who reside in those places has also been impacted. So for me, there was a lot of learning and cultural context that needed to come through, but it was also something that we wanted to work with as curators and really embed into the exhibition. So the Art Gallery of New South Wales will normally present exhibitions with English, text-based materials only. For this exhibition, we also offered translations in Bahasa Indonesia as a gesture to, again, reconnect with communities and make it more visible that this was a project about connecting cross-culturally. We also included a diagram on the wall of the artists who initially created the works in the animations that Layla worked with. And that was a really important way for her to give them more prominence, given that it has predominantly been the Western anthropologists who have been foregrounded in a lot of the academic material around the works. So it's something that I have thought about a lot coming here, and it's been really enriching actually to experience places in person. Yeah.
Thank you for sharing it. In thinking about ideas around provenance and authorship, I think Layla acknowledging the the artists and the different people who worked on those animations, that's really strong documentation to link those names to the work. And I like that it sounds like your experience on that exhibition was almost a stepping stone to then come and participate in the art tour, which links to Haisang. I didn't realise that, I mean, I knew that you and John running the art tours in Thailand, and you've also worked with 16 Albemarle in Sydney. So I'd like to hear a little bit about those two different projects and how they sort of work in dialogue with each other, your experience both in Australia and in Thailand.
Thank you. So I worked, I met John in late 2019, just right before COVID. John came to Thailand. He wanted to do a Thai show in 16 Albemarle, and he did an Indonesian show before. So we took like bus, we took like vans, and then we went to Chiang Mai, and then to Chiang Rai, and then went around Bangkok to research, went to artist studios and galleries and things like that. And then we started to think about and talk about the artists that we have in common. I mean, we are interested in common. So we came up with some names, and we got many common names actually. Then we cut some usual suspects out that like more well known in Australia. And then we had this list of artists together. And then COVID hit, and the show was going to be quite big, and then so we didn't want to we wanted to wait for everything to cool down to do that. We had 12 artists, right, John? Yeah, we had 12 artists. So before we were having that exhibition, we started to do exhibitions that quite easy in terms of in terms of like shippings and things like that. So we had the first exhibition was pieces from Berlin, which was Busra Pontongchai, Thai artist. So it was a work on paper, big works that we had it to exhibited at 16 Albemarle. So I wasn't there because of the COVID. So we had this, she's a female artist who's always like, she moved to Berlin and then she works in the women homes in Berlin where, and then she worked with a lot of women who, immigrations in Berlin. So she had this like beautiful like big drawings of like women's who were in the women's home there. And then we were talking about and then it was, I mean, I think it was kind of successful that work. I mean, the show, because of the COVID, we cannot say how it's go, but then the work itself is like really very strong in itself anyway. And then so the next exhibition we were talking about something a little bit more universal, let's say. So we were talking, and then but easy to ship, and then easy to, not easy to explain, but some sort of quite a little bit more subtle. So we exhibited the work on paper by 3 Thai artists, but we really focus on drawings. One is Imhathai Suwanasin, Trinachaya Pripwai, and Tinapat. So 2 female artists and 1 male artist. So they were using different kinds of their lines in their practice, work on paper, and then or focusing on meditation. We call that vision of light, because when they were focusing on their works, they were focusing on how the lights go. But then it has really hidden Thai context in it actually. Like it's not really. It's universal as visually, but actually for Imhathai, for example, her work actually the inspiration of her work comes from the smog, the pollution, the smog season in Thailand. And she moved back from Bangkok to her hometown in Lamphun, which is north of Thailand, where the agriculture and everything happens, and where they burned the crops and fields. So that's where she got the inspiration from. And where Jiashia Pripwai, she also really focused on her own garden, her own spiritual inner, and then she put that in her work. And for Trinapat, he's like, he has this mathematical thinking of himself, and then he put it on the paper. So it was that was the exhibition. And the third exhibition that we did together was the one that we were gonna do at the beginning, which was Other Possible World. So we had this exhibition across 2 venues. One is in 16 Albemarle and one is at Delmar Gallery. So we had 12 artists. I'm just gonna briefly discuss that. So I don't want to take a lot of time. So yeah, anyway, so we had these exhibitions of, so most of so the work dates back, I think, like 10 years before our exhibition. Yeah. So some artists discussed the coup that happened in Thailand, and then some artists were, I mean, even for example, we had Busara Pon's work as well, but for her work we didn't put the work that we had at in 2020. We had the work that she found this transcription of the text of the court text. Yeah, so she was like studying those texts and then work on like putting something out and putting something in the text. Yeah, so that's quite good. And we also had some Muslim artists also, because Muslim citizens, people are quite major in Thailand, especially in the south of Thailand as well. So invited 1 Muslim artist who's Bangkok based and 1 Muslim artist who's southern based, and so their work is totally different. Yeah, like, I mean, they have this characteristic of Muslim or Arabic motif, but the content is totally different. Yeah. So three exhibitions that we did together. And for the Thai tour, I mean, I've always, for my teaching practice, I've been teaching for, I think, eight years now, but full-time lecturers for only 6 years, yeah. So I was the very, very first lecturers that take students out to like galleries and then museums and artist studio. Nobody did that like eight plus years ago. So, and then that's why I am developing that. And then John was really happy that when we were doing the small browsing around artists together in 2019, and then John is doing this Indonesian bus study, and then he enjoyed it. So we focus on more on Thailand Biennale, which is happening in different city every 2 years. Yeah. I think that's all for now. Thank you very much. Yeah.
That's great. Thank you for sharing. I think when we talk about sort of cross-cultural exchange and collaboration, it's really clear that you and John and the work you're doing together, there's a rich history of that, so it's really great. And Linda, I know that you're involved with the conservation program here at ISI, which I'm always intrigued to know about because I work in the Melbourne-based Masters of Cultural Materials Conservation program, and if you wouldn't mind sharing a little bit about the new program and your role and the students, that would be great.
Thank you. With my background in archaeology and my experience in provenance research, my role in the conservation course focused on providing historical and cultural context of objects for conservation. So I am on one of my course, Introduction to Conservation. I teach my students to identify the object based on its appearance and then analyze it further to make condition report, something like that. I help students to understand how the origin, ownership, history, and cultural significance of an artifact influence conservation decision. By integrating the provenance studies into conservation practice, I aim to emphasize that the importance of the ethical consideration, documentation, and a deeper understanding of an object past as a foundation for its preservation. Like, I give you one example, like in object shadow puppet, wayang kulit, when treated as a museum collection object, require a different approach compared to then when they are still actively used in performance. Like in the context in conservation, it is essential to understand their history, years of making, cultural background, including the traditional preservation practice that are still in use by local communities, like recognizing how these objects function within their original context, like in rituals, in performance or daily life, can guide more culturally sensitive and informed conservation strategies. This also highlights the need to balance physical preservation and with the intangible value and living tradition associated with the object, something like that.
Thank you, that's really interesting. And something I was also curious about, I guess for the context, at home at the University of Melbourne, over the next few years, we are sort of moving into a new phase where we're going to have a conservation institute, and it's currently called cultural material conservation, but in this next phase it's going to be referred to as cultural conservation, and the material is being dropped from the description, and that's sort of in recognition of the intangible values that are so important, not to mention sort of performance, any sort of thing that isn't physical material, which is increasingly a focus of conservation research and practice. Is sort of, I guess, dropping the material is in recognition of that. In the course, is there sort of an intangible cultural heritage focus? Like, is that something that the students sort of think about, or is a...
Yes. Di mata kuliah kami itu memang, sorry in Indonesia, di prodi konservasi seni ini mahasiswa juga diajari tentang selain ilmu bahan dari benda-benda yang akan dikonservasi, itu juga di situ kita mempelajari tentang bagaimana kita memahami dari intangible, dari sisi non intangible-nya dari sebuah bahan seperti itu. Jadi konservasi di ISI Yogyakarta itu setidaknya mengkonservasi 2 topik. Yang pertama adalah konservasi mengenai bendanya sendiri dari aspek tangible-nya, tapi juga kita bagaimana melihat benda tersebut sebagai sesuatu objek material, objek budaya yang punya nilai intangible yang tetap harus dijaga. Karena ketika konservasi itu merusak, dapat merusak jika tidak ada konservasi, maka benda yang rusak itu akan kehilangan tidak hanya dari sisi bendanya, tapi juga akan kehilangan dari sisi nilai penting dan intangible-nya, seperti itu.
Thank you. I've got an eye on the time, and it looks like we've got 15 minutes to open the floor up for Q&A. Before we do that, I just thought I'd ask the panel if anyone had any sort of final brief comments to make, or if we open it up to the audience and see where we go from there. Happy to... Oh. Yeah.
Maybe a little bit briefly, because I think I didn't really answer some part of your questions about the cultural exchange and things like that. So I think it's kind of something that when I curate for Thai audiences and I curate for Australian audiences, I still have this core of my curatorial interest of how I want to convey the meaning of the exhibitions or how I want to communicate the exhibition. But something that maybe but then it's good that John and I co-curated the one that we had in Australia, because it's so we know what to expect from Australian audiences as well. Because for Thai audiences, I would expect everyone would know as much as I do about the Thai cultural narrative and history and things like that. But in Australia, there's something that there might be some background that need to be layered out, I think, yeah. But then the Thai art scene right now is kind of like very, very, very big now, yeah. About 10 years ago, 12 years ago, when I was in the Thai art scene, it was like this one small circle, one not so small, one medium-sized circle, I would say. But now there are like big circles with very small circles inside. Yeah, I think that's something. Yeah.
That reminds me of something that Johanna mentioned in the break about were you going to say the same thing? Sorry. With the Layla Stevens exhibition at AJNSW, there was additional context that was provided for the audience, the Australian audience, that perhaps wouldn't be, necessary if the show was here. Is that what you were going to say?
Yes, and I think this connects in a way to what Ellie was saying earlier in her keynote. I was reflecting on the role of curators and how thick descriptions can be really beneficial in the work that we do. People might be approaching an artwork from very different cultural contexts, different knowledges, or different fields, whether it's conservation, curating, as on our panel. And it can be so useful to find entry points that are accessible to everyone, which can sometimes be through those observations and really close, detailed descriptions of what you're looking at. And from there, that can provide an entry point to different kinds of audiences and cultural contexts, which can vary in how they are presented depending on the context also of the place that they are presented. And I think my reflection was just, it's clear from our discussions, even the different fields that we work in, that we're all thinking about quite similar issues of cultural context, of working respectfully, but also with tradition and with a depth of historical knowledge, but also innovation through to really new technologies like the blockchain.
Thank you so much. I feel like that's an excellent note to now open the Q&A session. If anyone has any questions for our panel. Ellie.
Oh yeah, there we go. Thank you. Rosalind, I'm really impressed with the work that's been done at Sono Budayo recently. I visited it last year and it was a completely different museum to what I had visited in previous years. So I'm wondering whether this is a movement that is coming. Is this happening through Cagar Budaya, and will it expand to other museums in other parts of Indonesia? I haven't seen a museum at this standard in other parts of Indonesia yet, but I think they're very rich in materials, but less so in conservation and preservation and the display standards. So I'm just wondering whether you can tell me more about the broader movement towards this.
Okay, thank you. Saya coba pakai bahasa Indonesia aja.
Ya, silakan.
Jadi memang itu tentu saja karena karena di Yogyakarta sendiri itu mempunyai sekarang dana istimewa. Jadi museum-museum di Yogyakarta sekarang lebih maju lagi, terlebih lagi untuk yang bagian konservasi. Jadi Museum Sono Budoyo itu baru pindah di tempat yang baru sekitar tahun 2018. Nah, itu sekarang storage-nya itu sudah menggunakan teknologi modern. Jadi itu tentu saja karena ada dana di Yogyakarta. Jadi museum-museum di Yogyakarta yang sekarang sudah menuju museum modern sudah semakin banyak. Jadi di Museum Benteng Vredeburg itu juga sudah mulai untuk konservasinya juga sudah advance, terutama lebih ke kayak di tata pamer juga. Kalau ibu mungkin main ke sana kan tentu saja sekarang museumnya sudah lebih baik untuk tata pamer juga, untuk yang pembuatan lemari untuk tata pamer itu kan juga sekarang sudah menggunakan teknologi yang ada alarm seperti itu. Itu menghindari juga tahun 2014 kemarin ketika ada pencurian di Sono Budoyo. Jadi karena ketika museum itu terjadi sebuah misalnya kecurian atau seperti di Museum Indonesia kebakaran, itu otomatis dari negara langsung mengucurkan dana yang lumayan banyak. Nah itu untuk meningkatkan jadi dari semua aspek keamanan di museum seperti itu.
Jadi harus ada krisis sebelum ada aksi ya. Terima kasih.
Tahu saya itu, Bu.
Any further questions? Yes.
Hello, and thank you for the panel discussion. I want to ask about how we balance cultural objects, how we balance the respect for cultural objects, while we can also have there's some openness to have some contemporary experiment. I mean, like art for now. Maybe it's clear. It's my question is clear.
Mungkin boleh bahasa Indonesia dulu,
Okay.
terus mungkin.
Bagaimana cara menyeimbangkan antara menghormati objek historis antara menghormati objek historis dengan kayak memiliki keterbukaan untuk ada kontemporarinya gitu, Pak. Gimana tuh? Maybe I can repeat again. How we balance cultural objects, how we can respect, balance cultural objects, while also there's an openness for us for doing contemporary art. Between that, I'm so sorry.
Kalau tidak salah ini soal apa bagaimana mengelola konten koleksi di antara konten yang seni kontemporer sama apa?
Memberi respect pada. Jadi kita tetap menghormati objek secara semestinya, seperti misalnya tahu bagaimana objek itu diperlakukan, tapi juga membuka keterbukaan untuk menjadi kontemporer juga gitu loh Pak.
Keterbukaan pada contemporary.
Ya, pada contemporary art gitu. Jadi kayak kita tetap bisa merespon objek itu secara kontemporer.
Yeah, I think the question is much more about how to see the collection in terms of the openness, the possibility of the artifact of the collections to be accessible or can be viewed as contemporary in the contemporary sense. So then, what I can tell you that it should be possible, I think, because if we view the collection of objects in the museum or gallery, I think it should be always through contextualizing. I mean, in wide-ranging aspects. So I believe that the cultural object it should be always to updated with the new context, and because the situation is reshaped by the many possibilities, many things like technology and media itself. So when I was in Sono Budoyo, that Ibu Linda has been make the project in Sono Budoyo, it's now if I come there, it's really interesting because the object in the inside of the museum is really interesting. It's developed by the new way how to see and how to interact with the objects, with the technology, with the media, and also the context of information itself is also interesting because we can then explore more inside of the object itself, from the historical aspect to the sociological aspect, anthropological aspect, and so many knowledge that can be incorporated into that objects. That's my opinion. Is it answer your question? Yeah.
I might expand a little bit, and I'm not sure if maybe I'm misinterpreting the question, but in I guess like conservation, there's always a balance between exhibiting works and making sure that they're in the right conditions and environments, but also making them accessible to a public audience. And we saw a really great example during the week when we went to Studio Callahan and saw Harry Dono's art archive of his all his documentation, all of the exhibition catalogues and early notebooks, and what Pak Harry and his team have done for some of the his very early written notebook studies is do digital reproductions that are available in the archive for visitors to come and engage with and learn about his early practice and this early documentation, and pick up the diaries and sort of flick through them, but the originals are kept elsewhere. So he's making the knowledge accessible and available to a public audience, but also looking after the originals, original objects. So I think we're scheduled to wrap up quite soon. Was there any one last quick question, or maybe we'll conclude the session? I would just like to thank all of the panel speakers who are so fantastic today, and I really enjoyed hearing about all of your different disciplines and expertise, and yes, thank you so much for joining us today.
Thank you very much, Dr. Eliza Adano, to guide us through the second panel. So, for the moderator and for panelists, please be seated. And once again, a big round of applause for panel. Well, ladies and gentlemen, while we prepare, we are pleased to present our third and the last panel for today. This session, titled Interdisciplinary Collaboration. And in this third panel, there will be 4 inspiring panelists. And to guide us through this important discussion, it is my great pleasure to introduce our moderator for this session, Dr. Nadia Tunikma. A big round of applause. The lecturer of Fine Arts Department, EC Yogyakarta. We would like to invite the moderator to prepare the place. Okay, and for the panelists for the third panel, first is from the State University of Makassar, Indonesia, Nurabdiansyah, SPD, MSN. Please welcome to the stage. Honorary Research Fellow, Indigenous Studies Unit, Melbourne School of Populations and Global Health, UNI-MELP, Abdi Karya. Please welcome to the stage. The Faculty of Recording Media Arts, EC Yogyakarta, Dr. Sulisi Mariani. Please welcome to the stage. Arts Management Study Program, Faculty of Visual Art and Design, EC Yogyakarta, RR Vegasari Adya Ratna. And that's all for the 4, yes, panelists. So ladies and gentlemen, without any further ado, let's open the session and get this incredible discussion started. Ibu Nadia, time is yours.
Yeah, thank you, Mas Prima. Hello, everyone. So we will continue no break session for this because I think the panitia think this will be very interesting to just continue this. So in panel 3, the theme is interdisciplinary collaboration. And I would like to introduce, they will introduce themselves about, because for today's presentation, they already prepared their research, their studies, and I think I already asked the committee, the panitia, to show some PowerPoint presentation, part of them, because we decided most of the people in this room is visual thinking. So with visual thinking like that, I think this will be help to a lot of us to get more engaged for their presentation. So first, I will ask all of the presenter to introduce themselves and what will they present for today. For first presenter, Nur Abdiansyah, or call Abi. Okay, please, Mas Abi, to show us. This is part of his work. He will show what it is. Please.
Bismillah. Terima kasih. Hello everyone. My name is Abi Nur Abdiansyah. I am from Makassar State University from Faculty of Art and Design Universitas Negeri Makassar. I want to talk about The Last Repangers. The Last Repangers is animation film that we produced 4 years ago. It's based on the story inspired by the story about the Makassar and Australia relationship 100 years ago. Jadi we we make this animation, short animation. Yeah, for us in Makassar, for me too, because since 2018, I am very focused on this topic for Makassar and Australia relationship. We try to develop many any media, some media, how to reconnecting the story about Australia and Makassar, and the Lastra Pangers is one of them. We make this animation. We invite several students from my faculty to create this animation film. We develop the stories. We develop the stories. We develop the character, and we do many research about. How the connection between Makassar and Australia exists from 100 years ago, at least from 15th centuries. So we connect with many things. We do research with. I visit Yirkala. Yirkala is in Nulunbuy territory, in Northern Territory. Yirkala is the homeland for Yolngu people in Aborigine. There are many places there in Nulunbuy, in Northern Territory. There are many places that Makassar sailors usually go there every year from 100 years ago. I go to Bawaka for the first time. There are places there. The name of the place is the Kampung Maluku. In the place, we see many tamarind tree. So one of the big symbol of Makassar who usually come to Northern Territory 100 years ago is tamarind tree. So all of the thing that I found in the research, I try to involve the data to I share with my student and the team for this Lastra Pangers. We develop like a mini studio. We call it Mak Komiki Studio in Makassar. For me, maybe it's for me it's a big thing for me, because this is this is the sample of the media that how we try to reconnect our culture, how we try to reconnect our connection. It exists from 15th centuries, but it stopped in 19th centuries. But I know that many Australian Aboriginal people in Australia still share these stories for their generation there. But in Makassar, we don't do that. So we try to develop this animation to share, to reconnect again. And yeah, for me, because I am a lecturer in visual communication design in Makassar State University, but my focus too on environmental graphic design. For me, it's not just animation for me, but because yeah, for this animation, from this animation, I learned about how Yolngu people share the stories about us there. So, from this animation, I learn about how the Yolngu people tell about family, tell about brotherhood, and tell about how they connecting with the culture, how they connecting with the nature, and they always see the Makassar in the story. So for me, it's a big thing for me, because I can study sustainability education from this animation too. I can use this animation to reconnect again our people in Makassar. We can use this animation to involve many people in Makassar to reconnect again with Australia. And yeah, with this animation too, we try to develop our maritime cultural heritage and local wisdom. With this heritage, the Yolngu people and Aboriginal people still remembering us until now. The Lastra Panger selected for shortlisted for Real Ocean Indonesia short movie Indonesian Australia Indonesia Film Festival in 2021, and for now the last Terpangar animation share as the material for Australian school. All the Australian school still use the last Terpangar to study language and culture about Indonesia and in Australia.
Okay, I forgot to introduce this panel. This four panel is two from Makassar and two from Yogyakarta. So, and the name is almost similar, and I think their their context is from both of them from the Makassar. One is Abi and one is Abdi. So when we start from Abi, and I think it's better we continue with Mas Abdi because it has similar context both of them. So please, Mas Abdi, present your studies.
This is the space for multidisciplinary, right?
Ajak naon rolok balino karu jiwa atau lari lino anak pon ratu lepan mana mu dua irate telu irate pak dirate alak biramu Sumangari orang Inggris sumangari alau Ingglis sumangari mana orang Ingglis sumangari mani Ingglis sumangari botil lagi Ingglis sumangari para TV Ingglis sumangari alelino Ingglis sumangari na badan rupa opa. When the earth was empty, two young gods arrived in the heavenly palace and said, "Dear King of gods, you should send someone down to earth because the earth is empty. No one there. And then we are no gods if there's no one praying for us." So that's the beginning of the world. Keruk jiwa batol lari dobon ratu leban mana mudu irate telu irate obat dirate alak biramu. And then they decide to send over the noble prince down to earth so the earth can be filled. That's the beginning of the world. The first part of episode of Ilagaligo, the Bugis mythology, where I come from in Sulawesi. I'm sending my respect to the elders, to past and present, both in Sulawesi, in Jawa, which my ancestors also has a strong connection with this land, as well as the country in Marege, the way we call Northern Territory or Australia in general, through the history of the trade of sea cucumber. Abi already gave a little introductions. So this is the thing that we would like to share why this is significant, especially from my perspective as an artist. So what I just sing was the episode of the Ilagaligo, the creations, and then the mythology itself, even though it's not directly mentioned the land of Marege or the land of Australia, but wherever they go, the boogeyman always carry their spiritualities. And then these spiritualities arrive in the new land, wherever they go, especially when they arrive in the land where the strong community with the strong spiritualities like Aboriginal Australia, they just get connected right away. Like also the way spiritual people, super religious people arrive in the other religious places, they just click somehow. So after hundreds of years, these encounters happen deeper and deeper and deeper. And then until now, until these seconds, in the Arnhem land, especially in Northern Territory, Australia, they still celebrate it in every aspect. Language, daily language, sacred words, sacred mantra, rituals, daily gestures, even the spirits, they have the same names. So as Indonesia, I could find my ancestors through them. So this is the way I relearn as Indonesia, specifically relearn as Makassar. So let me read a little academic. I would like to tell more story after this, but let me read what I would like to share. So focus on people-to-people encounters, especially the resilience of communities who have direct and indirect relations with the stories. The connections that inherit through the kinship, oral memories, and cultural practices. When our government focus in European arrivals as the mainstream narrative, and in Indonesian context, it's centered on the spice road histories. These tend to reduce the significance of the pre-colonial interactions, including the indigenous knowledge, indigenous peoples, etc. So that's why, for me, more and more multidisciplinary and cultural approaches are needed. One of the main points that I would like to address today is that the narrative of the shared history and common culture between Australia and Asia and Indonesia offers a decentering or decentralisasi, or what might align with the decolonial, which is significant to understand history in the context of Asia-Pacific connections, challenging the dominant or mainstream narrative and strengthening these endured relations, and emphasize that the role of artists and cultural initiative are also important to enliving, retelling, reconnect, and celebrate this narrative. Oh, sorry for this formal. But anyway, that's introduction, so I would like to back to Mbak. Thank you.
That's a very nice. When I was a child, that kind of doll is a regular thing to play with sarung. So from Makassar, we moved to Yogyakarta. This two speaker is a lecturer from ISI Yogyakarta. First, we will have Mbak Zulisi to present her presentation. Please, Mbak Zulisi.
Selamat siang, menjelang sore. Please stand up for a moment. The first our meeting, we open a song, Indonesia Raya. Let's sing Tanah Airku. Tanahku yang ku cintai, engkau ku hargai. Tanah air ku tidak ku lupakan, kan terkenang selama hidupku. Biarpun jauh tidak akan hilang di kalbu. Tanahku yang ku cintai, engkau ku hargai. Thank you very much, please sit. I will introduce myself. I am Julisi. I'm lecturer in photograph department, but I learn bahasa Indonesia especially. So I discuss in bahasa Indonesia because there are tagline, lestarikan budaya daerah, cintai bahasa Indonesia, kuasai bahasa asing. In this meeting, I will present about ketika tadi kita bernyanyi, itu ada satu istilah namanya kata penyukat, quantifier. I will exploring the element of numbers and measure in Indonesian national song as a reflection of the nation collective identity. I will take data from Satu Nusa Satu Bangsa, Tanah Airku, and Indonesia Raya. Please attention, Miss Nadia, thank you. Terima kasih.
Panitia bisa tolong ditampilkan untuk Mbak Vega ya, yang PPT tadi yang terakhir. So for the last presenter, we will talk about the wall of eco art and ritual, where Arahmayani performance work invite us to reflect on how the body, nature, and community memory are all tied together. To Vega, please present.
Hello everyone, selamat siang, good evening everyone. My name is Vega. I introduce myself first ya. I'm researcher, also lecturer in art department ISI Yogyakarta. I received a bachelor degree in cultural anthropology and my master degree in communication science, both in Gajah Mada University. My academic interests lie in the study of street art. Okay. All right. So my academic interests lie in the study of street art movement, with a particular focus on their social politic dynamics within urban context. And then my most recent research investigates critical messaging strategies in street art, particularly as mediated through social media platforms. My area of expertise include art and society, gender and sexuality, digital activism, pop culture studies, as well as the intersection of art, communication, and public discourse. And now, I'd like to present about the research of our team. This is my team. She is Bu Arin, and so I will introduce our research that are about an artwork called Memory of Nature by Arahmayani, an Indonesian artist. This artwork combines performance, ritual, and then community participation to respond environmental issues. We use an ecofeminist perspective in our study. That means we see a strong connection between the exploitation of nature and the oppression of women. Arah Mayani shows that both the earth and women are often treated as an object, but they can also be powerful sources of life and healing. In her performance, she works with local communities in places like Mount Merapi, Ladakh, and Tibet. Together, they create rituals using soil, seed, water, and mandala patterns. Her body become part of the ritual. It's not about showing herself off, but about creating a shared experience with others. This work is not just about aesthetic, it's about healing, connection, and resistance. Instead of focusing only on problems, Arah Mayani offers a spiritual and collective way to rebuild our relationship with others, with nature. Sorry. So overall, memory of nature shows that art can do more than criticize. It can create a space for people to reflect, connect, and action together. Thank you.
Before we start, yeah, please give applause for all four of them. Before we start, ke Mas Abi, to Mas Abi, this movie, The Last Repangers, if people want to see it, they can access it at.
Yeah, you can watch The Last Repangers in YouTube. Just try to find The Last Repangers. And it's in Real Ocean Library too. We can can access in Real Ocean Library. We can access in YouTube The Last Repangers. There are 2 Last Repangers in YouTube. One version is the prologue. The second version is the brother from the other scene.
So the question about the Last Repanger, how does the Last Repangers reinterpret maritime history into a visual narrative that is accessible to contemporary audience, particularly youth people in Makassar?
Yeah, when we make the Last Repangers animation movie, short animation movie in 2021, we do many research about maritime culture in Sulawesi. How we research about the maritime culture in Mandaris. I am Mandaris. I am from West Sulawesi. We research about the Padewakang building. Boat. The Padewakang, the name of the boat. The Makassar usually use the Padewakang to go to Northern Territory 100 years ago. Yeah, we do research about Padewakang boat. We do research about how the tamarind tree. How Makassar people planting the tamarind tree, the symbol of Makassar. We do many research about maritime culture. We do research about Tripang too. Tripang is Sikakambar. We go to Baranglompo Island. The Baranglompo, the island in front of Makassar, and until now they still have maritime the Tripang hunters until now they in Baranglompo. So the Last Repangers maybe. Yeah, inspired by the connection between Makassar and Australia, but for us, it's like a medium. It's like a media to learn more about our maritime culture. So when we bring the animation people to screening in many school, in elementary and junior school in Makassar, yeah, we not just share the story about Makassar connection and Australia, but we just we learn about our maritime culture too. So because many children and many students in Makassar don't know much about our maritime culture, so with this short animation, we say this inspired by our connection with Australia. but this is more share the story about us, about our maritime culture. Yeah, in this film too, we share the stories about how the Makassar, how the Makassan. Yeah, Makassar and Makassar is different. Makassar is the name of the city, Makassar, and the name of the tribe in Makassar. But if we say Makassan, it means the people who going to Australia 100 years ago. It's we can say Makassan is in one boat. In one boat where the expedition going to Northern Territory, there are many boats. There are many people in the boats. There are Bugines, there are Makassaris, there are Mandaris, and there are Bajo, maybe Buton, and all the Yolngu people, all the Aborigine people say, all the people who come with the boat is Makassan. So it's not Tipo, it's Makassan. It's different with Makassar. Inspired by our connection, but with this animation, short animation, we share the story how the Makassan always go to Northern Australia every year for almost 400 years. It's a big thing. It's a big maritime culture. How they will go to Northern Territory in December or in January and stay there for 4 months, and after that they will back to Makassar again, and they do activity like that for 400 years. It's a big thing. It's a big culture for us. So maybe inspired by our connection, but when we bring the animation, the short animation, we do screening in junior and elementary school in Makassar. We always share the stories about our maritime culture too there.
Actually, if we see their studies, they're connected. But I think Abdi will show the Makassan more about their, like example, the song, it's called song? Okay, the song. And then there's, in his text, there's a lot of things that the sarung, the people, the act. And then if Abdi talk, and then we can relate with Mas Abdi interpretation about how the people relate, and then make the animation. So to Abdi, how do you, because there is Makassan and then Yolnu in your text. How do Yolnu people's oral tradition, rituals, and art practices preserve the memory of Makassan seafarers that Mas Abi already taught? And what does this reveal about transgenerational memory in indigenous cultures?
Thank you, Mbak. Mas Suci boleh ditampilin slide 1 yang peta. So, I think showing the map is significant because that show dibesarin, So dibesarin dikit boleh Mas? Yeah, kecil. So it's for me it's important to show the map because this shows how the road. So as you see, there is a trading road. The duration, July trade winds and then January trade winds. So this is the month where we go back because we have a stronger wind from southern part and then back with the sun-dried trepang. So we keep saying trepang. Trepang is sea cucumber, is a teripang in bahasa Indonesia. So it's one of the main industry, commodity. But this is the interesting things. So after Makassar War, 1669, and then that's destroyed let's say the biggest global market. And then Dutch monopolizing the spice trade. And then in the context of UMKM in Indonesia, so small businesses run by our fellow neighbors, Chinese, Bugis merchants, say, hey, do the trepang business because the European don't consume it. We have it, but only the Bugiman, Mandar, Makassar, and Bajo can travel all the far. So let's do this. So for hundreds of years, those encounters happening back and forth. In the meantime, there's a lot of intermarriage as well. So this relationships is not only create business, but it's a really, like I said, also Abi has mentioned, it's beyond economic relations. It's beyond transactional. So for us, it's just significant to not only get inspired by, but to offer something that we can show or share from our side. Because most of the findings, writings, the song lines, the loan words, the archive are from Australian side. We are lack of Indonesian perspective or Makassar perspective or Makassar own archive. So Abi initiate a movement called Marege Institute. Marege is the word we got inspired by the name of Australia back in time. So this is a collective of enthusiasts, of artists, scholars, and whoever interested to explore in a creative approach the narrative between Australia and Indonesia and Asia Pacific in general, to provide archive or whatever things materialized, things that we could offer to our fellow foreign or whoever would like to explore these narratives. So after hundreds of years encounters, 1901, Southern Modern Australia government sent over a rule called Immigration Act to undang-undang pajak yang tinggi. So high tax at the end of the day, 1907, that stopped most of the whole traditional trading, traditional sales. So 1907 was the last Makassar captain ever recorded. That time create, of course, after hundreds of years, family relations, a lot of family separated. Of course, a lot of sad stories. But for me, this is one of the significant part. So in the midst of the sorrow, sadness, that was happened, what I call, this is one of my thesis, what I call explosion of aesthetic, new aesthetic. There is a term in Yolngu people called Japana. Japana is a kind of a song, could be hundreds, could be thousands amount of song about sunset dreaming, facing the horizon, gaze the horizon and hoping that their Makassar families can back again. So they have so many songs about this. They have also so many songs about these interactions. So in the other side, imagine that as a family expecting babies in the mother's hand, expecting their Makassar or their Makassar husband or the brothers arrive. But the ship cannot be landed on the beach because of these new regulations. They got shot by cannon, by gun, and then stopped. They cannot land it, even by a small canoe. And then the family, just like in the harbor, they're just waving, hey, that's my father, that's my husband. So instead, they back and then hope they can return. But for many years, almost hundreds of years, the Makassar never returned. So that's create new or a lot of sad songs, sad dances, including the way they put their hope onto the bark painting. So if you have time to see the image of any Makassar prau, any boat, boleh di gambar kedua, Mas. So this is the boat. So imagine hundreds of years, this kind of things happening. Let's say 100 boat on the way to North Australia. Just half of them can make it arrive there safely. Some of them got stranded, maybe stopped by, but this is like the normal convoy back in time. So why the sail and fiber and sarung and textile is significant? Because that's the first part of the image of the Makassar objects they saw across the horizon. And then, for us, this is always people to people, like Abi also said, the system of the Tripang gather is always multidisciplinary, multi-ethnicity, because they always preserve not only the craftsmanship, but also specialty of the knowledge. Let's say if the Bugis are the merchant, Mandar, where Abi came from, is the Saman or the navigator, the manual navigator, while the Bajo people are the diver, and then the Yongu also are the crew. So this is also questioning what isolation means for Australia, because they never actually isolated. They always be part of the international trade, not as a slave, but as an international crew. So this is one of the things that we would like to share, that we've been always as a international, or how would you say, international collaborations, because there is no, yes, there are some date of the slavery in the boat, but as a major narrative, the Aboriginal Australian already part of this global business. So 1907, after almost 100 of years waiting, 1986, a group of students from Adam Land visit Ujung Pandang. And then the following 2 years, there was a project called Hati Marege, the reenactment of the boat using the same system from Makassar to Darwin. Now that boat being part of the main collection of the Northern Territory Museum. So I would stop here first. Thank you.
I think I will still continue with Mas Abi, because he also artist and doing curatorial practice, and one of his exhibition is Bujung. And to what extent can exhibition like Bujung be seen as act of artistic resistance against the marginalization of non-Western maritime histories?
Thank you, Mbak. Gambar selanjutnya, Mas. So with all this empowerment, I feel really empowered by get connected with the Aboriginal people, especially with the Yolngu and the whole major clans. So they encouraged me to work, to reconnect, to retell, to share these stories. So by their support from Asia Pacific Triennale, as well as the communities in Annam Land, we can make what we call Yolngu Makasan project during Asia Pacific Triennale 6 years ago. So the pots that you saw, inspired by the broken part of the pots that could be found easily in most of the beach in Annam Land, every or during wet season. That's the pot that we brought from here. It's just like a broken Tupperware everywhere. So also there is installations with the tamarind dyes, because tamarind also is significant for us, for Australian Aboriginal Northern Territory, because tamarind is the oldest living evidence of our relationship. So every time if you go to Australia in northern part, you see big Asam Jawa tamarind tree, that's our evidence. It's not planted. It's just like you hang out on the beach and then you cook, and then the tamarind you used to marinate the fish, and then you just throw it. Hundreds of years, it grows. So tamarind also significant in the Indonesian archipelago traditional knowledge, because it symbolizes like knowledge of tree, pohon pengetahuan. It's useful. Even in Jawa, in Malioboro, it's significant to have Asam Jawa, because that's also reminds us to stay connected with the nature. So the sail on the ceiling, that's the hand woven sail, still preserved, but only 1 or 2 family in Mandar, where Abi came from, because if the artists don't order to this family, this tradition will be gone. This family will be just doing the regular sarung weaving. So the role of art project also significant here to make the extinct tradition live again. Does that make sense, but?
Yes, it makes sense. Also, it's very interesting if see in Yogyakarta we have also context about Japanese historical tamarind during colonial. I think it's very interesting. And now we move to Mbak Zulisi. So the song that we sing is called Tanah Airku. So how does the application of the linguistic theory of quantifiers help in decoding the ideological content embedded in national songs?
Okay. Our presentation, because I collaborate with Alfian, Reinhard Alfian Yudistrianto and Susanto Umbara. Our presentation examine how quantifier di dalam bahasa Indonesia disebut kata penyukat. Misalnya di dalam ruang ini terdapat 5.000 orang. Wih, nggak mungkin ya. 5.000 orang. Orang di situ untuk menyebut orang, tidak mungkin kalau kambing kita sebut 5 orang kambing gitu. Pasti akan penyukatnya menggunakan ekor ya. Karena semua binatang punya ekor ya, kecuali kerang. Ya, kata penyukat di dalam bahasa Indonesia, we can call quantifier, ya, word expressing number ya, 1, 2, satu nusa satu bangsa, for example, number, size, ukuran, ya, sebesar itu ada ukurannya, termasuk juga raya, Indonesia Raya, ukuran Indonesia Raya besar. Or intensity embedded in Indonesian national songs contribute to shaping national identity and civic values. Using a qualitative descriptive approach, the study analyzed the lyric of Satu Nusa Satu Bangsa, Tanah Airku, and Indonesia Raya. It identifies terms like satu, semuanya, and selama-lamanya as symbolic markers of unity, loyalty, and collective spirit. This quantifier atau kita sebut kata penyukat tadi serve not only linguistic function but also carry emotional and ideological meanings that align with Pancasila and UUD 1945. The songs are interpreted as living texts that foster patriotism, cultural pride, and moral education, especially in educational and ceremonial context. Gitu. Nah, Bu Nadia.
The song is Satu Nusa Satu Bangsa. How does the repetition of the word satu reflect Indonesia vision of pluralism and unity?
Okay. Baik, ketika kita menyanyikan lagu Satu Nusa Satu Bangsa gitu kan, there are one word satu, the repetition until 3, Satu Nusa Satu Bangsa Satu Bahasa Kita. The song features the word satu repeat 3 times, is referring to the words Nusa, island, bangsa, and bahasa. Satu Nusa means that Indonesia with thousands of islands becomes one unit of the country or region, namely the Negara Kesatuan Republik Indonesia. Karena di data kita jumlah kepulauan, karena archipelago ya, disebut negara kepulauan 17.380 pulau, ribuan pulau, kita hanya punya satu nusa, yaitu Indonesia. Satu bangsa means that Indonesia is a group of people who share the same origin, customs, language, and history, and have their own government, namely Indonesian nation. Karena kita tahu bahwa kita memiliki lebih dari 1.300 suku etnis di Indonesia. Satu lagi, satu bahasa means an arbitrary system of sound symbols used by members of a community to work together, interact, and identify themselves, namely Indonesia. Despite having many regional languages, kita punya bahasa daerah 718 bahasa daerah, tetapi kita hanya punya satu bahasa, yaitu bahasa Indonesia, jangan pernah menyebut Indonesian language. Kita sebut bahasa atau bahasa Indonesia. Thank you.
Oke,
Nadia.
terima kasih Mbak Zulisi. And we move to Mbak Vega. From an ecofeminist perspective, memory of nature is described as the reversal patriarchal narratives about woman and nature. How does the work challenge these dominant views, and in what ways does it offer an alternative relationship between femininity, the body, and the environment?
Okay, thank you, Bu Nadia. Yes, memory of nature challenges patriarchal narratives by rejecting the idea that women and nature are passive, exploitable resources. Instead of showing the female body as an object of control or beauty, Rahmayani presents as an active, spiritual, and generative force deeply connected to the earth. Her use of the body in ritual like scattering seeds, throwing mandalas with soil, or meditating symbolize care, creation, and healing, which are often linked to femininity but usually devalued in patriarchal system. This reclaims feminine energy not as weakness but as a powerful source of ecological wisdom. Also, by involving local communities, especially in places that are spiritually and ecologically significant, the work shifts the focus from individualism to collective embodied experience. It's not just about the artist's body, but about reconnecting all human bodies, especially those historically marginalized, with nature in a sacred and respectful way. So, memory of nature offers an alternative relationship where femininity is not subordinate to rationality or control, but instead of celebrate as nurturing, intuitive, and ecological conscious. It's a reminder that the earth is not a machine to be used, but a living body to be cared for with empathy, ritual, also community. Thank you.
Before we open question for audience, please, I want to ask one more question to Mas Abi. Could the film be read as a decolonial intervention within an animation practice that have often marginalized vernacular and indigenous maritime epistemologies?
Yeah, in Marege Institute we start with the colonial like that. We try to search the story from the people live in coastal area in Galesong, in Barang Lompo, and last year we developed a writing class. They invite many young students to try to search the stories about the people-to-people connection between us and Marege. So yeah, we start with the colonial, like the colonization like that. Yeah, because if we talk about this connection, yeah, it's really people-to-people connection. It's not the king connection. It's people-to-people. That's the people really live in the coastal area who usually going to a northern territory, and then they still have connection between them. They have marriage. They're still visiting each other for 100 years ago, and yeah, we start with the stories like that, the people to people connection. Yeah.
Yes, people-to-people connection. That's a very interesting context. So we have 5 minutes for audience to have question. Okay, Pak Sujud, and then we have one from here. Okay, and Bu Yulita. So it's already 3 questions. So I think it's enough for 5 minutes. Please, Pak Sujud.
Okay, I will use this opportunity to make lines between four speakers, I think, about the context of rituals, because I'm interested how then we realize the connection between Australia and Indonesia through the Makassar. And I just bought this book from Bang Abdi. And this is very important book to know about the relationship between Australia and Indonesia through the Makassar. And I'm sure enjoying the stories behind the various symbols through the practice and culture that make us so related with it, with the Australian. Then, but then the things that I want to try to elaborate more is the rituals. So what kind of the rituals that we can then really get into that connections, you know? For sure it can be through the art production, but then how is then relate with the cultural production among this case in each of your case, I mean, in the meaning of the rituals? Is that?
I think it's not a question, but I think it's a
I can respond
reminder.
that.
Or you want to ask?
I can
Okay.
respond that.
You want to
So,
answer? Okay, please.
Pak Abi brought some copies of the book, which I think would be donated to the Perpustakaan ISI too. So fellows can have that book. As I say a little, as those people from a strong spiritual activities, once they arrive in the place where it has a strong spiritual, the bonding is just right away. So one of the thing that I experienced as I got baptized by the family, adopted family there, so they whispered to me, "Silelelelelelele, silelelelelelele, oka hamma. Silelelelelele, silelelelele, oka Allah, ka hamma, ka Allah." So even right now, I'm always about to cry because this is just like right away connect me with the language, but also connect me with the religion. Not only as Muslim, but also as a Buddhist people who not always hear this word because it's just like an old Buddhist word that you don't speak every day. So, and then this is in their sacred, like a funeral ritual, birth, even any strong, coronations or something like apa sih pelantikan, yeah, something like that. So it's that strong. Even the name of the spirits, they name it as a Bayini, which in Bugis or Makassar means the woman, the same words. So for us, it's just like we had a huge mirror to see how Indonesia they are actually by preserving our old traditions. So our role as artists is just to access that back, not only to get inspired by, but also to take what significant in this recent context for us to study. Thank you.
I think the question number 2, please. Okay, Bu Yulita. I think this is going to be the last question.
Okay, thank you. I want to ask to Mas Abdi and MAP dan Abdi. It's the same name. Okay. We know that I don't want to ask about maritime cultural relationship between Makassar and Australia, but we know that maritime cultural relationship between Java Island and Makassar. We know that Bukit Selar are also scattered along the northern Java, coast of Java. So there are many kampung Bugis. No, I want to know your maybe your opinion or your analysis regarding to this fact. Do they also relate to the path of the sea cucumber or any fishing maybe or trading? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Bu. I want to share the stories about Budiman. There is one name in Campbell McKnight book. There is one name, Budiman. He said that Budiman is the name of the sailorman from Java who usually a leader for Padewakang boat who going to catch sea cucumber in Northern Territory. So we are connected to with Northern Java, and we are connected with this topic too. So next week, I think our colleagues from Adelaide, his name is Priyambudi Sulistianto. He write a book about Mencari Budiman. He tried to find. He go to Sulawesi several times. Last time he go to Sulawesi last year, and he tried to. He really curious about Budiman, the name of Budiman, who Campbell McKnight mentioned in his book in Voyage to Marege. So we are connected with Java maritime culture too. Yeah.
Let me add one thing. In Mandailing, I'm from Mandailing. We believe in our ancestor is from Bugis. There is a story about Bugis. The name of the I forget, but it's from Bugis. So when we talk about Makassar and Bugis, we need more time more than right now. So let me just close this session. But before, please give applause for our four presenters. It's very inspiring. Thank you to all our panelists for such rich and inspiring presentation across different forms, song, performance. We've seen how art works not only to preserve memory but also to challenge, to heal, and to reconnect. As we close this session, I invite all of us to care for this insight, not just as idea, but as possibility for how we engage with our own creative practice, communities, and history. Thank you all for being part of it. Please, one more applause for them and us.
Thank you very much, Ibu Nadia, for guiding us through the third panel discussion. And of course, also to the remarkable panelists who already gave their best to present the topic in their own field. Well, ladies and gentlemen, now we move to the last session of discussion in our symposium today, which is our second keynote address that will be presented by a poet, essayist, and artist, Bapak Gunawan Muhammad. And to fully guide us into our last keynote address today, with a sincere gratitude, we are pleased to invite to the stage Dr. Igede Arya Suchitra, the lecturer of ISI Yogyakarta, as the moderator for the second keynote. All right, ladies and gentlemen, while we're waiting for the preparation for our last keynote,
Okay, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Please introduce myself, Igede Arya Suchitra. I'm a lecturer, fine art lecturer at Faculty of Visual Art and Design ISI Yogyakarta. And please welcome Bapak Gunawan Muhammad. So finally, we will come to the end of this session, and I hope all of you, I understand that all of you are tired and sleepy, of course, because before this we have a long session with the intellectual session, and but the end of the session we have a great honor, the speakers, the legends of the critic of culture, poetry, essays, and also the painter, Bapak Gunawan Muhammad. Welcome to ISI Yogyakarta. A warm welcome to this exciting session to our International Art Symposium. So this is my honor to have or become a moderator in this section, because Mr. Gunawan Muhammad is one of my favorite figure, because a long time ago when we see his the way of critic art and the government and else, and when he is 19 already translate a nice poetry to Indonesian. And also in this section we will learn a lot about his critique about a skill and joy. The topic is about a skill and joy, antara pintar dan gemar. So in this section, the paper on the presentation will be shown in Indonesia, because all of us from Indonesia, but for the seminar, for discussion and also representation, Bapak Gunawan Muhammad will use in English. So don't worry, he is a bilingual, so everything can be run well, and a lot of things we will learn. When I read the paper, he will show how we interpretation about which one is better. It's skill or joy when become an artist. From the period history time, from the Delacroix, from Paul Klee, Cogito ergo sum of René Descartes, till the cave painting de la Sauque, Avandi, to the young generation like Ugo Untoro. So a lot of things will be presented this afternoon from Mr. Gunawan Muhammad. So ladies and gentlemen, give a warmest welcome again, applause to Mr. Gunawan Muhammad. 30 minutes forward, time is yours.
Terima kasih. Thank you for being here. Saya akan membacakan dalam bahasa Indonesia yang tidak berbahasa Indonesia, convert tentunya berbahasa Indonesia. Bisa menunggu, bisa membaca terjemahannya. There's a translation of the text, a wonderful translation, and then we can continue the session with question and answer. Saya mulai saja ya. Dalam sejarah, well, before that, I thank the translator for translating gemar, which is very difficult to do, into English with joy. It's a nice translation. Jadi dalam sejarah modern ada dua kali seni rupa terguncang. Yang pertama di sekitar tahun 1840 di Eropa, ketika menyaksikan hasil fotografi Paul de la Roche, berupa Perancis yang melukis adegan-adegan sejarah, berkata dengan muram, mulai hari ini seni rupa mati. Is the English translation available for you? Okay. Shall I repeat it or just? Nggak usah ya. Di awal abad ke-21 ini kita menghadapi guncangan yang kedua. Hari-hari ini kita melihat apa yang dihasilkan oleh artificial intelligence di berbagai kesempatan tampak penggambaran wajah dan alam benda yang lebih meyakinkan ketimbang hasil fotografi dan lukisan. Tentu seni rupa tidak akan mati. Di abad ke-19, ia bisa menyintas. Kehadiran fotografi justru mendorong pembaharuan, lahirnya karya-karya impresionis dan lain-lain. Tapi apa yang akan terjadi setelah artificial intelligence? Kita lihat dalam gambar hasil dari produksi AI, wajah Mahatma Gandhi dan alam benda. Di saat seperti ini saya terkenang tirosidin. Ribuan anak-anak Indonesia, terutama generasi yang hadir di depan saya ini, akan mengingatnya wajah yang sejak 1969 selama bertahun-tahun teratur muncul di layar televisi. Seraut muka yang lebar berkumis, berkacamata besar dengan baret hitam yang menutup rambutnya yang bergolak. Seorang guru yang sejak memandang gambar-gambar yang dikirim anak-anak kepadanya, yang semuanya ia puji. Bagus. This Pak Tino dan gambar anak yang diserahkan kepadanya untuk dia komentari. His comment is always brief and repetitive. Bagus. Good. Pak Tino meninggal di tahun 1995 dalam usia 70. Ia tak akan dikenang sebagai perupa. Ia memang hidup hanya dengan mengajar anak-anak menggambar. Ia layak disebut pendidik, tapi kita tidak bisa mengatakan ia mempersiapkan satu generasi muda seniman visual. Dan dari kata kunci dalam acaranya di televisi, ia tidak berniat melahirkan orang-orang yang mahir atau pintar menggambar. Tirosidin menemani anak-anak gemar menggambar. Saudara-saudara yang pernah melihat acara Pak Tirosidin, ingat, Pak Tino memilih katanya dengan pas, sadar atau tidak sadar, membedakan antara mahir dan pintar, mahir dan gemar. Mahir atau pintar mengimplikasikan kemampuan seseorang menguasai teknik untuk menghasilkan kualitas visual tertentu. Seseorang yang mahir atau pintar kita bayangkan sebagai seseorang yang berada dalam posisi di luar atau di atas proses produksi dan menguasai proses itu. Gemar berbeda. Dalam kata itu tersirat hubungan yang lebih intim dan asyik antara seorang perupa, juga seorang anak, dengan kerja. Hubungan itu tidak akan berakhir setelah kerja, setelah menggambar usai. Bahkan usai bukanlah tujuan dari kegiatannya. Di sana tidak ada subjek yang merancang dan mengukur kerja, subjek yang berada di atas atau di luar proses. Dalam gemar, sang perupa bergairah dan bebas. Karena itu terjemahan joy itu bagus. Disinilah Pak Tino benar. Murid yang gemar menggambar lebih berarti ketimbang yang mahir menggambar. Dikotomi atau bahkan kontras antara mahir dan gemar ini bukan hal baru dalam sejarah seni rupa. Tapi kini jadi tajam. Dunia modern adalah dunia yang dimulai dengan cogito ergo sum. Kata-kata Descartes, aku berpikir, maka aku ada. I think, therefore I am. Dari sudut pandang ala Descartes, ini yang dianggap utama adalah res cogitans, aku atau aku yang berpikir, yang mahir dalam menangkap dan merepresentasikan realitas. Mari kita simak meja gambar Albert Dürer berupa abad ke-15 berupa, dan kita lihat bagaimana kepintaran perupa beroperasi. Tampak di ujung kanan sang perupa duduk. Matanya mengincar lurus ke arah tubuh yang terbaring di ujung kiri. Objek yang akan digambar. 1,5 depa di depannya. Menempel ke relung matanya ada sebuah sendok pengintai yang menjaga konsistensi lurusnya tatapan perupa pada fokus. Tangan sang perupa memegang pena, sibuk mengguratkan garis di atas lembar kertas yang sudah disiapkan dalam bidang terukur. Antara sang perupa dan objek ada tirai transparan yang dibingkai dengan sebuah jendela. Dalam studio gambar yang ditunjukkan Dürer, kita lihat persiapan yang rapi, terkendali dengan berbagai instrumen. Kita lihat sang perupa duduk sebagai seorang yang terampil menggunakan perkakas yang bermacam-macam itu. Kita lihat bagaimana ia menguasai tahap demi tahap proses untuk menghasilkan karya. Berbeda bahkan merupakan kontras dengan yang tampak dalam lukisan di dinding gua prasejarah di Lascaux di barat daya Prancis. Dalam lukisan gua prasejarah tidak ada jejak perupa. Tidak ada tanda-tanda rancangan, pedoman, dan ketentuan hasil akhir. Jika kita pandang imaji hewan-hewan dalam gambar di gua di Lascaux itu, kita bisa merasakan impresi sang perupa saat melihat makhluk di luar dirinya. Hidup simpang siur, tak tertata dalam letak maupun dalam ukuran. Tapi dinding itu justru terasa mandiri, dan relung gua itu perkasa. Si perupa seakan-akan tersamar dalam warna. Ia lebur, diresap atau meresap. Ia tidak ada di luar bidang, dalam posisi yang bisa memberi arah ke sekitarnya. Dalam karya di gua prasejarah itu, yang kita saksikan adalah suatu mimesis. Dalam teori estetika Adorno, seorang filosof Jerman abad ini, mimesis adalah hubungan akrab, sejiwa dalam affinitate yang bersifat non-konseptual antara ciptaan sebuah subjek dan sesuatu yang lain, yang bukan dirinya. Tidak ada yang berperan sebagai subjek yang pintar, yang mahir melukis, meraut, merepresentasikan wujud yang bukan dirinya. Agaknya mimesis itu merupakan bagian alami seni rupa. Apa yang terjadi di puluhan ribu tahun yang lalu, ini terjadi lagi dalam abad ke-20. Dalam hubungan ini saya memilih membicarakan seni rupa Paul Klee, seorang perupa Jerman. Dalam karya Klee ini kita bersua dengan garis-garis yang berpencar, tidak koheren, warna-warni yang redup, yang tidak dioptimalkan. Sebagaimana kita lihat pada lukisan prasejarah, sang subjek, sang perupa praktis hadir hanya secara tersirat. Perupa bertaut dengan warna karyanya. Aku dan warna jadi satu, kata Klee. Di pelabuhan yang dilukisnya itu, layar dan perahu melintas bagaikan hanya garis. Langit dan laut bagaikan hanya warna yang dinamis. Realisme yang kita kenal, misalnya realisme sosialis, berbeda. Sang perupa berusaha menirukan sesuatu di luar dirinya, sesuatu yang definitif, misalnya perahu, layar, alam benda, wajah, makhluk di dalam ruang bersama. Dalam proses karya realistis, dua hal terjadi. Yang pertama, untuk merepresentasikan, sang perupa harus mengikuti secara seksama bentuk dan warna objek. Ia juga siap dengan penguasaan teknis, harus mahir mempergunakan dan memanipulasi sifat peralatannya, cat, tinta, kuas, kertas, kanvas. Ia harus bisa mengontrol proses. Dengan itu, ia akhirnya akan bisa mengatakan, dari diriku lukisan ada. Sementara itu, Klee berbeda. Klee tidak melihat proses kreatif berlangsung secara demikian. Baginya, proses kreatif itu seperti kehidupan sebatang pohon. Analogi seniman dengan pohon itu hendak menunjukkan bahwa hasil karya ibarat mahkota di pucuk pohon, bukan hasil kemahiran sang perupa. Ibarat pohon, sang seniman tidak merancang. Ia hanya hadir, tidak melakukan apa-apa. Dalam kata-kata Klee, ia tidak mengatur dan tidak pula melayani. Ia hanya menyalurkan apa yang datang dari bawah, dari bumi. Air, CO2, nutrisi dari tanah, dan cahaya matahari. Posisi sang perupa, kata Klee, sebagaimana posisi pohon, tidak muluk, bersahaja. Bila karya Klee sering seperti karya anak-anak, kita ingat gambar-gambar buah tangan murid Pak Tino, mereka yang tidak pandai tapi gemar menggambar, itu karena garis dan warna mudah dilahirkan tanpa pengarahan. Tidak ada pemandu produksi, tak ada subjek, seniman, pujangga, pemikir yang perkasa itu, yang seksama dan yang mengatur. Jika Klee hanya mengguratkan garis, itu karena garis adalah elemen yang elementer dalam gambar. Tanpa riasan, tanpa permainan cahaya, datar, jujur. Seperti dalam karya Nazar, berupa Indonesia yang sekarang sudah tidak banyak diingat. Nasar menyebut seni rupanya non-teknis, non-estetik, dan non-konsep. Anda bisa lihat sebelah kiri karya Paul Klee, sebelah kanan karya Nasar. Juga karya Klee seperti halnya karya Nasar tidak dibangun dari cerita, apalagi dengan tema besar. Klee bukan Delacroix. Seandainya ia mengikuti jejak Delacroix, melukiskan dongeng Yunani kuno Media yang menyembelih anaknya sendiri, saya kira ia akan seperti Ugo Untoro berupa Jogja yang mengulang karya dan cerita Delacroix itu dalam sebuah kanvas yang disiapkan untuk pameran di tahun 2019. Kata mengulang harus saya tambahi, karena sebetulnya yang dilakukannya adalah merekonstruksikan karya Delacroix itu dengan sikap yang berbeda. Ugo Untoro memulihkan kebersahajaan garis, meminggirkan si pencerita, menyingkirkan res cogitans, memudarkan pusat narasi yang tunggal, menghidupkan imajinasi. Anda lihat di gambar sebelah kanan, itu adalah cara Ugo Untoro menghidupkan lagi kisah Media yang dilukis Delacroix dalam gambar kiri, dan Anda lihat Ugo Untoro tidak memamerkan apalagi memuliakan kemahiran. He doesn't celebrate skill. Sikapnya seperti bermain-main. Ia membiarkan apa saja yang muncul tak terduga-duga dalam kuasnya. Tapi dengan demikian kanvas yang menunjukkan kebebasan. Tepatnya kebebasan dari desain, dari ukuran, dari pemikiran kalkulatif. Anda lihat bahwa titik-titik itu kan tidak menunjukkan kalkulasi, perhitungan, rencana yang matang. Dengan kata lain, membebaskan diri dari apa yang disebut oleh seorang pemikir Jerman, Heidegger, Rechnendenken, pemikiran kalkulatif, sikap yang serba merencanakan dan menghitung tiap langkah. Dengan ketertiban logis dan matematis, dengan objek yang jelas untuk dicengkeram. Karena dalam karya Delacroix kita jelas lihat objek itu dapat diungkapkan kembali dengan lengkap, sementara dalam karya Ugo Untoro dia seperti mengelak. Saya melihat karya Ugo sebagai perlawanan terhadap ideologi kalkulasi. Ideologi ini umumnya dilihat sebagai pegangan yang produktif, yang mampu membawa yang disebut kemajuan. Di luar kanvas dan atelier, manusia membangun kota, membuka tambang nikel, merakit senjata, dan menghidupkan perekonomian. Dan semua itu dilihat sebagai kemajuan yang dihasilkan kerja yang terencana, konsisten, dan berbekal kemahiran yang tinggi. Tapi kita tahu dengan itu alam dan manusia ditaklukkan dan bumi diisap. Seni rupa Tidak seperti itu. Seni rupa menawarkan paradigma yang lain. Dalam seni rupa kita menyapa dunia di luar kita bukan sebagai kita sebagai manusia penakluk. Dunia itu tidak terbentang untuk kita manipulasi. Hubungan kita bersifat mimetik. Hubungan yang sebagaimana telah disinggung di atas, akrab, sejiwa. Alam kita singkap bukan dengan kepintaran, melainkan dengan gemar, dengan bermain-main, lucu, poetik, dan lembut. Seperti kucing dalam karya Paul Klee ini. Bisa dilihat, ini bukan karya yang utuh, yang rapi dan selesai, tampak ganjil seperti karya-karya ekspresionisme Jerman yang dalam masa Hitler dikutuk sebagai seni rupa bobrok yang merusak harapan manusia Jerman. Sekarang tidak ada Nazi, tidak ada Hitler, tidak ada kutukan kepada seni rupa bobrok. Tapi ada yang lain, yaitu kapitalisme yang marak dan interaksi sosial yang disemarakkan oleh periklanan yang secara visual terus-menerus membujuk dan merayakan produk yang sempurna. Di masa seperti ini orang cenderung hidup dalam pemujaan kepada kesempurnaan, dalam apotheosis of perfection. Dalam kancah itulah kita melihat datangnya hiperrealisme. Orang ramai dengan antusias menyambut seni rupa seperti yang di Tiongkok dibawakan oleh Leng Jun dan di Indonesia oleh Sigit Raharjo. Yang kiri Leng Jun, Sigit Raharjo. Perupa-perupa ini praktis dilihat sebagai ikon kemahiran yang bisa menghadirkan kembali objek secara sempurna. Tapi yang sempurna atau indah atau cantik atau apik selalu cenderung jadi tauladan yang stabil, ia bersifat reduktif. Ia muncul dengan menyingkirkan bagian-bagian atau elemen yang berbeda. Yang sempurna cenderung mandek dan ide kesempurnaan membangun norma dan pedoman. Dan norma dan pedoman atau formula cenderung menolak perubahan dan inovasi. Ada seorang penulis Italia, Umberto Eco, yang membahas apa yang disebut keindahan atau kesempurnaan dan membahas apa yang disebut buruk rupa, terjemahan saya atas ugliness atau brutesa, ugliness. Dan menurut Ego, keindahan itu membosankan. Buruk rupa bisa mengejutkan, sesuatu yang tak terduga, seperti dalam foto potret diri Afandi. Pemujaan kepada kesempurnaan yang tersirat dalam artificial intelligence dan hiperrealisme secara langsung atau tidak langsung memisahkan proses kreatif dari yang tidak terduga, yang meleset dalam tiap penciptaan. Tapi dengan itu perlu ada, seharusnya saya berhenti, saya teruskan ya. Sebentar. Ada otoritas yang memutuskan ini tidak sempurna, ini meleset. Padahal kita dalam proses seni rupaan bisa bersikap seperti yang diceritakan oleh Clay, yaitu seperti pohon yang tidak mengunggulkan diri. Lomo dalam bahasa Jawa dan legowo dan asyik bercengkerama bersama yang lain. Dunia yang bukan dirinya seperti Van Gogh dengan barisan bintang di langit, Matisse dengan warna merah di kamarnya, Avandi dengan andong Jogja. Sekian, terima kasih.
Terima kasih banyak Bapak Gunawan Muhammad. Thank you for the fresh perspective when we see the dichotomy of it should be choosing in the artistic research is joyful or skillful. But today's we see that a lot of critique that become reality when the ancestor in the cave of Lascaux, when they do the spiritual thing to making a relation with the nature, making a bulls, animal and others, and nowadays we also making spiritual digital in AA. So could be a lot of things that mentioned, like the last praise in the sentence of the paper, like but in artistic creation, how do we determine what is off track? Like mentioned, Umberto Eco, beauty is boring, ugliness can surprise, it is unexpected. So we have a Q&A time to make sure what exactly the philosophical meaning can be shared to the Gunawan Muhammad experience of art, critique of art, philosophy to the audience nowadays. So maybe ladies and gentlemen would like to Q&A. 3 people raise your hand. Oke, Bapak Dr. Irwandi, silakan. Yes.
I was wondering whether the English version is available and you can follow it. Great, thank you.
Terima kasih moderator. Selamat sore Pak Gunawan Muhammad. Terima kasih telah berbagi dan terima kasih juga atas kesempatannya untuk bisa menanggapi. Saya mungkin lebih ingin berkomentar. Jadi setelah saya melihat pemaparan dari Pak Gunawan Muhammad, ini menjadi pengimbang bagi saya pribadi maupun kita sebagai manusia. Rupanya ada titik di mana di balik ketakutan kita akan artificial intelligence dalam bidang visual, ternyata ada sisi-sisi filosofis di balik sebuah gambar yang ditunjukkan tadi yang menjadi semacam distingsi antara kita dan AI. Untuk itu saya ingin menegaskan itu dan mungkin mohon komentar juga dari Pak Gunawan Muhammad seperti itu. Apakah jangan-jangan kita selama ini terlalu takut dengan AI ini? Seperti itu, yang AI bisa menghasilkan visual-visual yang luar biasa dengan hanya prompt dan membuat kita khawatir dengan AI. Terima kasih, saya kira itu Pak. Sekali lagi selamat dan terima kasih atas pemaparannya.
Terima kasih Pak. Ya, tidak berarti dari semua ini kita harus, saya merasa kita mendapatkan kearifan dari sejarah. There's a wisdom of history that nothing is complete. Jadi nothing is absolute. Artificial intelligence punya batas dan memang luar biasa yang akan terjadi, terutama di bidang teknologi. Tapi yang saya sebutkan tadi, in the art, there are things like subconscious, irrationality. There are elements of the unpredictable, which are very essential in producing beauty. So we don't have to worry. But if you are a bank clerk or, well, a doctor even, you know that you are going to lose your job in the next 5 years. Kalau seni rupa, optimistislah. Meskipun belum tentu Anda dibeli orang. Terima kasih.
Baik. Thanks for the deep meaning of the answer of Gunawan Muhammad. So don't worry about the EA. The main subject, the actor of the EA is ourselves as a human, because we arrange the prom and others. But don't worry, EA can make money. We also can make money. Like I mentioned Monica Lim before, if you suffering making art, just call her husband. Kanfin Kobo. EA never suffering, human suffering. The others question, please. Silahkan. Okay, Miss Monica Lim.
Pak Gunawan, my name is Monica. Thank you so much for the very inspiring presentation. I think such useful insight as for an artist. This pursuit of joy, and also the ability to recognize what is off track is, as you say, essential for art making. My question is, these things, the ability to do that, tends to come from a lot of life experience as an artist, but also just going through the trials and tribulations of life. So is this something that, you know, for a young artist, say, that's just out of university, 18 years old, how do they recognize what is off track? How do they keep this sense of joy as opposed to mastering a craft? Yeah, do you have any insights, tips on that for the young artists?
Terima kasih, thank you. You are composers, you know how to do it.
Yes, but I have life experience.
The best way, to me, to put yourself in a very open attitude toward the world. The German says it, call it Gelassenheit. Let it be the world. And you can find the tremor of the world and feel you part of it. Then you can be like the bird. The bird creates sarang, what we Indonesian call sarang. What is it called? Nest. Not sankar, cage. No. There's a major, essential difference between cage and nest. This explanation is given by not original from mine. It's from Rabindranath Tagore, the Indian poet. So if you can be sensitive or train yourself always to open that kind of playfulness, not really intent, well, how do you say it? Tidak sengaja, not intentional, just being playful. I think that you'll get it. Did I answer you?
Yes, it provided more, else was more nuanced into what you have presented. The idea of playfulness. Yes, thank you.
I'm sorry, this space, this room, has no good acoustic. It's echoing, a lot of echo. That's the problem with Indonesian when they build buildings.
Because of playfulness.
So my answer is inaudible. Sorry.
Okay, thank you Pak Gunawan. Hal yang menarik, that interesting, the last word that he mentioned is ignoring. Sometimes if we do care about everything, we are on the cake. But when we ignoring, we live, rise, develop in the nest. We aware about everything because we in open air. But we also take care of each other. It's the wrong step, we will fall down. But we try when the right time to fly up as a bird and else, we will know how we take care of the world. So sometimes ignoring as an artist is good for us. Don't care about everything else mentioned, but we not in cake, but we build up the nest. Could be like that. When the right time, everyone have their own right time. So making ourselves in time, not in the on time, in time. Could be like that. Ignoring something good. To avoid the overthinking and anxiety, of course. Others question? Oke, Pak Gilda.
Selamat sore Pak Gunawan.
Silakan.
Ya. Saya tertarik dengan Paul Klee ya, Bapak lihat. Jadi dalam kreatif credonya Paul Klee bilang, art doesn't render the visible, rather it makes visible. Jadi seni tidak menggambar yang tampak, tapi dia menggambarkan sesuatu yang tidak tampak menjadi tampak. Nah, saya dulu tidak bisa menangkap esensi itu ketika saya melihat dalam buku, Pak. Tapi begitu saya di Jerman, saya lihat karyanya Andy Warhol yang segede layar itu, saya jadi tahu bahwa itu tergantung konteksnya. Ya, jadi saya bisa membayangkan bagaimana hebatnya Andy Warhol memproduksi karya yang sangat besar ketika teknologi print itu masih sangat terbatas. Bagaimana hebatnya dia menguasai kamera video ketika belum banyak orang punya. Lah, menurut Pak Gunawan, bagaimana sih mengartikulasi konteks ini dalam seni rupa, Pak? Menggunakan konteks ini dalam membacakan seni rupa, karya-karya lukis gitu, Pak. Terima kasih.
Saya kira Anda betul mengutip Klee di sana, membikin visible. Ya. Tapi saya tidak tahu bagaimana apa yang Anda maksud dengan ke seni rupa apa hubungannya?
Jadi kita memang ketika melihat karya itu akan hilang maknanya ketika konteksnya tidak ada gitu. Ya, jadi itu tidak makanya saya tidak bisa merasakan gereng gitu ya ketika melihat AI gitu karena layarnya tuh ada di keterbatasan gitu. Tapi ketika saya melihat karya-karya yang sublim gitu ya, mama karyanya Malisovic gitu, white on white gitu ya, karyanya memang giant gitu. Terus karya-karya yang memang saat itu tuh konteksnya di sela-sela keterbatasan kok dia bisa produksi karya yang sangat besar gitu. Sehingga unsur tidak hanya mahir dan gemar, tapi sebenarnya konteks momentum kejadian itu membuat karya itu menjadi speak up gitu Pak, jadi berdegup lah kata. Lah itu tuh kalau menurut Bapak menghadirkan itu atau membaca itu sebagai seorang sastrawan itu membaca seni rupa seperti apa Pak?
Ya seperti pembaca seni rupa.
Ya.
Nggak luar biasa, biasa aja.
Biasa aja.
Maksud saya Anda masalah konteks, semua karya mempunyai konteks. Karena kita melihatnya juga kita sendiri ada dalam satu konteks. Ya kan? Cuma dalam masalah artificial intelligence itu konteks itu seolah tidak ada karena beberapa unsur dalam diri kita, dalam diri manusia disingkirkan. Yaitu yang tadi misalnya saya sebut unconscious, ketidaksadaran. Manusia akan punya unsur tidak sadar. Bahkan sangat penting dalam seni rupa. Bukan hanya dalam surrealisme, dalam macam seni rupa. Tapi dalam artificial intelligence itu diasumsikan tidak ada. Jadi ya tidak bisa menghidupkan suatu konteks. Tapi mungkin ini kan baru tahap sekarang. Siapa tahu nanti berubah. Tapi memang seperti Anda, saya tidak pernah menyukai karya-karya seni rupa dari artificial intelligence kecuali diolah kembali. Terima kasih.
Ya, terima kasih Pak.
Terima kasih, Mas Gilda. So the point is that how we interpret artwork and its context is the interpretation, the meaning is depend what context it's around the artwork. It's like that's mentioned before. Pak Gunawan mentioned that innocent eyes, like Eha Gombrich also, Nelson Goodman mentioned about the innocent eyes. There is no such an innocent eyes because people surrounded by their culture. The meaning of the artwork is about the conceptual mapping, and the meaning will come because how we determine the artwork, the object represented into our culture itself. So AI, there is no culture. That's why Gunawan Muhammad doesn't like the AI, except the AI recreate again like appropriation to become something critic the things, a parody and else. It's like that, could be. Oke, yang mau ditambahkan?
I didn't say that I didn't like AI work. I just say that I was not very often moved by artificial intelligence work because everything is flat. There's no real life there. Itu aja.
Terima kasih. Masih ada waktu tidak? There is running time for 1 minute left. Okay, maybe one question, please. It is enough? Okay. Ada sesuatu yang mau ditambahkan sebagai closing statement from Bapak Gunawan Muhammad? Tidak ada? Okay, ladies and gentlemen, now we are at the end of the session. The last speaker with Bapak Gunawan Muhammad. So, a lot of things that we discuss for the art skill and joyous discourse till the completely connected to artificial intelligence. So a lot of things will happen, and the someone maybe except for the skill making by the prompt of AA, some of the artists maybe reject the glorification skill by AA. But I will quote for the word from Bapak Gunawan Muhammad. I see this as a resistance to the tyranny of calculative ideology, a mindset often seen as the driver of the progress. Building Nickel's mine, cities, weapon, and economies are often prized as a product of skillfully planned work. So this a short word from the Bapak GM that mentioned building Nickel's mine, cities, weapon. That's actual what happened here now in this world. So the fighting ideology and the war from the Israel and Iran and others, that is something terrible will happen where we face for the third world wars in this world. So I hope art not just to talking about the business for the artistic, but art also to catch our sense of empathy and also the humanity. That is my a closing statement about the skill and joy in artwork. Thank you very much. Give a warm applause to Bapak Gunawan Muhammad. Thank you very much. So I will give back to the master ceremony. Thank you very much, and I hope all of you enjoy for this the last session. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Bapak Igede Arya Sucitra. And also Bapak Gunawan Muhammad for that truly captivating and thought-provoking keynote address. Your words have undoubtedly sparked many ideas for today. But before that, we would like to invite Bapak Gunawan Muhammad to still remain on stage, because we would like to invite the Dean of Visual Art and Design Faculty, Bapak M. Solahuddin, to handle the certificates to Bapak Gunawan Muhammad. It is a pleasure for us to have Bapak Gunawan Muhammad as the second keynote speaker for today's symposium in Apaf 2025. Thank you very much, Bapak Gunawan Muhammad, and a big round of applause for our second keynote speaker today. Yeah, we also would like to invite Bapak Konfir Kabu and also John Curtis also to the stage to also present the token of appreciation for Bapak Gunawan Muhammad. Yes, please. It's okay, sir. All right, thank you very much. A big round of applause for us today. A little bit of photo sessions. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we are now moving. Maybe a big round of applause. Okay. Thank you very much, Bapak Gunawan Muhammad. You may now leave the stage and return to the seat. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we are now moving to the last agenda in our program for today, that is the concluding remarks. Without any further ado, it is our distinct pleasure to invite to the stage Bapak Konfir Kabu from Project 11 of Melbourne, and also Bapak John Crutchers from 16 Albemarle Project Studio, Sydney, to address the concluding remarks for this remarkable Apaf Symposium today. A big round of applause. Thank you very much. Okay, Bapak Konfir and so Bapak John, time is yours.
Thank you, everyone. Firstly, thank you so much to Pak Rwandi, the Deans of EC, Pak Gunawan Muhammad, who is always a legend that works amongst us, Dr. Ellie Ken, and also to Dr. Eliza O'Donnell, who worked really tirelessly, and with Nandang, I'm sure he runs around here, working incredible from this idea of symposium that we have only a few months ago. And to all the volunteers, the staff, and the students at EC, it's been an incredible exercise and it's an incredible result. And also to our colleagues from Project 11, Dewi, Iki, and Christian, they've been working very hard as well. And of course, Nia and Saddam, who's been documenting. John will just say a few things to wrap up, and I'd like to say something after that.
Okay, sure. I think it's customary in the concluding remarks at seminars and symposiums to summarize what was discussed today. So I will present a very brief summary of what we talked about today. Firstly, the keynote speaker, Ellie Kent. Her talk was entitled Thick Description, Culture, History, Language and Art in Education. Ellie put forward the concept of thick description, the practice of looking very closely at an art object and then describing it in a detailed and objective way. She described it as using observation as an ethical and analytical process that invites questioning. What do you see that makes you think that? It helps you understand how you see, and by extension, it's a chance to see how other people see. It can be a central act for an artist and a teacher, a technique that helps us identify what divides us and how to build bridges. Panel number 1, Art Pedagogy in Practice, Dr. Irwandi, Monica Lim, Professor Muro Nugroho, and Professor Rafea Lagino. The main issue which emerged in this panel was the rapid spread of AI in the art education sector and for artists. Other topics discussed included the importance of working with local subjects and the need for transdisciplinary hubs in universities so that students, researchers and artists can reach out across faculties. The second panel, Entangled Art Ecosystems, Sujud Dartanto, Johanna Baer, Haisang Javanalikakara, Rosaline Linda Octina. Two issues around provenance emerged in this panel, one about the challenges of tracing provenance with NFTs and one of traditional objects in regional museums. Conservation of artworks was also discussed, along with cross-cultural curating between Australia and Indonesia and Australia and Thailand. Panel 3, Interdisciplinary Collaboration, Nurabdiansia, Abdikaria, Dr. Zulisi Mariani and Vegasari Ratna. The historical trade between the Makassar people in Indonesia and the Yolngu people of Arnhem Land was a central subject of this panel. 4 centuries of people-to-people connection between Indonesia and Australia was outlined, ended by the Australian government in 1907. There was also a discussion of an Indonesian national song and the work of Aramayani dealing with feminist attitudes to ecological consciousness. Thank you.
Thank you, John. I think I learned a lot today from interpretation, artificial intelligence, cultural entanglement, interdisciplinary collaboration, and from Pak Gunawan Muhammad is, but from my take, is the wisdom of imperfection. And personally, I think I come out today on three things which really challenged me, which is something that's interesting, I think. From Dr. Eli Kent, I feel that I have to learn how to see again, and to see properly, you have to almost analyze things from perspective of a simpleton child. And from Pak Gunawan Muhammad, it feels like you have to create like a child with a lot of joy. And lastly, from everyone else that's presenting today, I feel like to learn, we have to be unafraid to unlearn what we know. It's been a real honor, Wendy, again. It's been a real honor and a real pleasure today on the inauguration of the inaugural Asia Pacific Art Forum. And I hope you have learned something from today like I have. And I hope I can say this, Pak Irwandi, hopefully we can see you next year. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you very much, Bapak Konfir Kabu and John Crutchers, for addressing the conclusion remarks and also close the series of agenda in today's symposium in Asia Pacific Art Forum 2025.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we have reached the conclusion of the Apaf Symposium. What an incredible day it has been. A big round of applause for us today. We have heard from brilliant minds and engaged in vibrant discussion that have no doubt expanded our perspective and sparked new ideas. As the day draws to a close, we would like to extend my sincere gratitude to all of our speakers for their invaluable contribution and to each of you for your active participations and insightful questions. We truly hope you found this discussion enriching and inspiring. And ladies and gentlemen, we also already prepared our last closing refreshment for today, the last coffee break, which is already served downstairs. And ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the entire organizing committee, I would like to express our deepest gratitude to our distinguished speaker for their inspiring address. All of our incredible presenters and panelists who share their invaluable research and insights, our dedicated sponsor for their generous support which made this event even possible. The fantastic team at Ejeza Building for their excellent hospitality and technical support, and most importantly, to all of you, our enthusiastic attendees, for your active participation, thoughtful questions, and for making this symposium such a success.
We wish you all a safe journey home. Thank you once again for being a part of Apaf Asia Pacific Art Forum 2025. We look forward to seeing you at our next event, and have a great day. Thank you very much.